with Rochelle Richardson from Avixa. Hello and welcome everyone to the keynote kickoff for the virtual collaboration experience. And I am so thankful to have with me Rochelle Richardson. She is the Senior Vice President of Exposition and Event Services with Avixa. And I'm Michael Lisi with Wolf Vision. Rochelle, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Michael, for the opportunity to join you in the discussion for VCX, the Virtual Collaboration Experience. This is a great opportunity, of course, to provide you and what you're doing with VCX to provide a full day of online live streaming, interviews and panel discussions with experienced leaders in the Pro AV industry. So I think it's wonderful. And I absolutely love that you refer to VCX as the virtual tailgate party the day prior to InfoComm 2020 Connected.
That's right. Well, something as awesome as InfoComm Connected needs a tailgate party, don't you think? So let's get everyone together and have a good time before the show officially starts. I know your time is super valuable and you got a lot going on for the launch of the Connected experience. So let's just dive right in. I know for the sake of our audience, maybe you could briefly tell us a little bit about the Avixa organization. I know many of us are well acquainted with it, but for the sake of those who may be joining us for the first time, can you tell us a little bit about Avixa?
Absolutely. And first, we both have a lot going on these days, right? With you launching VCX, of course, today, and then, of course, the InfoComm Connected. But a little bit about the Avixa organization, which I hope many that are watching this are familiar, but for those that may not be familiar, Avixa is the Audiovisual and Integrated Experience Association. We produce InfoComm US, which I am responsible for, plus we produce several other trade shows around the world. You might not have known this, but Avixa was established in 1939, and we have grown to, over the years, to encompass more than 11,000 enterprise and individual members, including manufacturers, system integrators, dealers, distributors, consultants, programmers, live events companies, technology managers, content producers, multimedia professionals from more than 80 different countries. And Avixa, actually, what we purpose to do is to be the trusted hub of information, as well as the catalyst for growth for the AV industry. We offer a destination of community, as well as resources in AV standards, education, certification, as well as market intelligence.
Okay, and so then I guess I want to talk more on the experiential side. What kinds of activities does Avixa put on throughout the year? How are you engaging in these various channels day by day?
Yeah, that's so interesting that you should ask that, because with the staff of over 200 worldwide, Avixa provides a number of opportunities for our community at large. We use trade shows, of course, to create experiences for the industry, to converge, to connect, to learn, inspire, and get certified, and have the opportunity to join as members. And there's so much more, of course, that we do. There's also the opportunity for our members to showcase their innovation and design and solutions for the industry. Our staff and the Avixa ambassadors bring industry awareness and share market intelligence research around the world. You know, we have all of this underneath of the Avixa umbrella, but of course now we're venturing out to introduce Connected. This will provide us the opportunity to extend content and make it available. We also have members from around the world that will be able to come together in this virtual experience to see and experience live presentations, share and exchange ideas, and connect one-to-one and one-to-many in an environment 24/7, 365.
Wow. So, okay, I guess we have to dive into it because everyone's eager to know. Let's talk about this Connected experience, because truly, yeah, the North America's largest Pro AV show is now virtually accessible, and it always has been in the form of there's ways to engage it virtually, but nothing like what we've done. So I'd like to talk about that a little bit. Before we dive in, kind of what was the thinking behind coming up with the InfoComm Connected experience? How did you frame this from an ideation standpoint, and what were the main goals when you came up with this event?
Well, it's interesting that you should ask that, because, you know, it was For us at Avixa, and I say us, we at Avixa, when we look at others in the industry, our members, individuals that participate in different services that we provide, everyone unanimously, I would say, for the most part, we just couldn't imagine anything or a year without there being an Infocom. And while we were all very, I'm sorry?
I said, I don't think many of us could imagine what that would be like.
Yeah. You and I spoke a little bit earlier about, there's just nothing like the experience of seeing all of the amazing innovation and technology and solutions up front, up close, to be able to feel and experience that as you peruse or walk through a trade show floor. But while we were all very cognizant of the fact that there was this need to cancel the in-person event, we recognized that we had participants, we had staff, we had our membership, that we needed to make the right decision in the face of COVID-19. And I do believe very confidently that we did that. But right beyond that, there was still significant interest about, how could we still come together? What would we be able to pull together as an association to service our industry? And so we, of course, brought together some of the brilliant minds within the organization, and we created a virtual online experience. And we announced back in April, the new event, as we are all now calling it, is Infocom 2020 Connected. We knew that many in our industry would have the dates already reserved to attend the in-person event in Las Vegas, and we're expecting Avixa to do something. So as a result of that, we said, let's leverage those dates. Let's take those dates. We had already invested so much in our resources and the development for the in-person event. We decided that there was some of the content that was already curated for the in-person event that could be selected to present as a part of the virtual online experience. And then we also decided what additional content could be added. And we created parlayed what we did from a content perspective, and then we added and created an exhibitor multi-level option, and added some sponsorship opportunities. We added the one-on-one networking. There's also AI matchmaking within the platform that's incredible, and I can't wait for attendees and exhibitors to experience that. And then, of course, we added some special events around that as well.
I remember when I saw the email that that Infocom the official show was going to be, canceled or wasn't going to be taking place. And there was a kind of a groan. And I think a lot of us were excited when I said, oh, wait a minute, there is something coming. But I mean, it's been quite an undertaking, I know, because there really isn't an online platform that was off the shelf, ready to go, that could create an immersive experience like you would experience at Infocom, which you can pretty much only experience at Infocom. Huge video walls and things that are going around. How can we translate that, all those sights and sounds and things to experience in an online platform? It didn't seem like most of those virtual conference event software solutions that were out there were in any way prepared for this. So you've obviously had to do a lot of custom groundwork from the ground up to produce something that will be as engaging as I'm sure Infocom Connected 2020 will be. And so I have to ask, on behalf of our audience, what can people expect over the next couple of days?
Again, you and I discussed this a little bit earlier, and I will just say, while digital experiences will never replace the face-to-face experience, participants can certainly expect the next best option with Infocom 2020 Connected. With that, they'll have the opportunity to peruse through the exhibitor showcases and virtual booths. They'll see hundreds of products that will be displayed in the virtual showcases and virtual booths by our exhibitors. They'll have the opportunity to experience highly curated content, which has been customized and put together for our virtual platform. We'll have programming, of course, that starts very early in the morning and runs through to very late in the evenings. And this truly just will provide the opportunity for attendees and exhibitors to connect in a very meaningful way. We have a packed schedule of over 70 education sessions for attendees to choose from. We're covering everything from live exhibitor presentations. There will be other live presentations. We have on-demand videos. We have panel discussions and Q&A with our industry experts. We have industry updates and presentation on challenges amidst COVID-19 and what we look like after that, going into potentially a hybrid model. We have the new tech lightning rounds and so much more. Our special events that I've mentioned, you heard me mention, includes the AVX Awards winners panel that will take place on Tuesday. We also will end Tuesday evening, shouldn't say end, but Tuesday evening we'll have the trivia night. That's a lot of fun. We, of course, as a team did a practice run through, and it's incredibly engaging, fun, insightful. We also will offer the Avixa Foundation virtual 5K, and participants can, of course, begin logging their information and make sure that they do so by by the end of Wednesday, June the 17th. We are going to select 3 female winners and 3 male winners, and those winners will be announced on Thursday. We also have the Avixa Women's Breakfast. So there's plenty for everyone around the globe. I encourage everyone, if you have not already registered, please get registered. It's free to all attendees to participate. And if you still have questions, we have our schedule at a glance. We have content programming, the special events listed out on infocomshow.org. So check it out. There's a lot of information. You still have one day to plan before we open officially tomorrow.
And I know we're running short of time, so I just have one last question for you. With so much going on, do you have any tips and tricks for our audience to get the most out of the InfoComm experience, to kind of organize what they're going to try and get into over the next couple of days so that they don't miss anything and they get a chance to see it all?
Great question, Michael. And I just, again, would like to say, encourage everyone to please get registered. We have our keynote address by David Labuscus, the CEO of Avixa, on Tuesday. We also have our keynote on Wednesday by Sean Wargo, who's our Senior Director of Market Intelligence, who will give an update on the state of the AV industry. And then we have our fireside chat on Thursday with the Avixa Board of Directors that will cover and provide an AV industry update. So there's lots to experience. It's all free. We invite you to get registered now. You'll be able to access our platform beginning tomorrow at 6 a.m. and we're looking forward to seeing everyone there. Also, our platform will remain open and accessible to access all exhibitor information and content through August the 21st. So we look forward to seeing you at InfoComm 2020 Connected.
Absolutely wonderful. Rochelle, thank you so much for joining us. We are excited for the next few days. I'm sure it's going to be an amazing show. InfoComm 2020 Connected. Get registered. And for Rochelle Richardson, I'm Michael Lisi. Thanks for joining. Have a great rest of the week.
Welcome to the virtual collaboration experience, everyone. This all-day event powered by Wolf Vision has 3 panel discussions every hour, topped off with a virtual happy hour later this afternoon, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern Time. Thanks for joining this discussion topic, how to create a one-button studio. I'm Rob Moss, Regional Sales Manager for the Pacific Northwest for Wolf Vision. Joining me today in this discussion is John Palmer, a local representative for Muckle Sales. John has been a fixture in the Pacific Northwest for over 20 years, working with end users as well as dealers to find solutions for their audiovisual and unified communication requirements. Let's jump right in. This whole concept of a one-button recording studio has been around for quite a long time. You can find many universities and corporations that have put a lot of resources, time, and money into creating an environment that an educator or a university professor can go into and record video of themselves, usually giving a short lecture, and walk away with a thumb drive or have it delivered to a network drive somewhere somewhere that they can have access to later. It's something that's been required just simply because of the way we're teaching now and the way we're communicating. This is accelerated, obviously, with what's been going on lately, and everybody would like to be able to have not just a one-button recording studio, but maybe more of a one-button production studio that's easier to use. John, what is a one-button production studio, and how do you think it differs from this older concept of a one-button recording studio?
Well, a number of things. There's been this kind of transition over the years where facilities used to have production studios, recording studios to create high-end content for either learning purposes or training purposes and that type of thing. And I almost kind of, in my mind, kind of call this one-button production studio is almost like a staffless production studio in a sense, because in the day, through the transition, there was facilities that were highly technical, required staff to actually run these facilities, to do production, to do recording studios. So where we used to just have recording studios soon became kind of live event spaces, utilizing a lot of the same sophisticated equipment to either record or do live events and that type of thing. So as we embrace new ways of messaging and getting out there, especially with streaming and video conferencing, we're kind of redefining what is a production studio or even a recording studio. It's as people are not having the budgets to kind of necessarily have staffed, technical spaces. They've been looking at simplifying these spaces, yet still provide a facility to be able to record or produce for video conferencing, live streaming. So and we see it across all the markets. So we're seeing this not just in education, but we see it in house of worship, which used to not be production studios, but now they're becoming production studios. And in light of what's kind of going on with the COVID-19, then obviously there's a huge push to get online and create production studios out of their spaces that they had, and especially the smaller churches that really don't have the staff, they don't have the expertise, and they're looking for solutions to kind of transform those spaces. So kind of like the space that I'm, in this virtual space here, this is a city council chamber opportunity that came up, and this is kind of a production studio. So where they need to not only present for the city council and for those public people that are attending, now in light of things that are going on, they still need to use the space for streaming content, recording those meetings, and in a presentation type environment. So we're seeing multi-use spaces kind of become more and more prevalent, rather than dedicated recording studios, dedicated production spaces, but almost any type of facility now could actually be a production studio.
So John, one of the things that seems to come up is we understand that the demand to have a place where you can produce quality video is important. That's been around for a while. But because of recent events, it seems like the question is how do we provide that kind of service in more environments and more rooms, right? So how do we make it accessible to the average educator? How does the new technology like a sign app, like a Wolf Vision sign app, help that or help them do that cost effectively?
Well, I think first and foremost, which is important, is SM.
Go ahead and continue, okay. John.
Okay. Well, I think what's important is, again, getting back to the staffless approach, is that these rooms and these different types of environments need to be fairly simple, and they need to, because we don't have sophisticated users that are actually manning these facilities. So I think the important thing is to keep some continuity in spaces, from smaller spaces to larger spaces, and a user interface, but adding the ability to actually stream out live, to be able to record or be able to even video conference with just a single button push, or a minimum amount of button pushes to actually launch that by a fairly easy to use user interface is pretty important. So, and I think part of why I'm on this panel is because I was kind of raising the flag a lot with a lot of interest I was getting from house of worship dealers, from education, where they needed to quickly ramp up their distance learning capacities, or their streaming online services. And these are facilities that typically did not have, these are smaller facilities that did not have cameras, that did not have a whole lot of sophisticated equipment,
right,
and a very unsophisticated person operating that. So I think you kind of needed to look at a little different approach to this kind of single button, easy to use interface to be able to launch into a live stream, launch into recording, launch into a video conference without, a production facility, right, equipment, mixer boards, and all that type of thing, which would, basically overwhelm most people that are using those types of spaces.
So what I'm hearing you say is that they need something that's easy to use. They need something that can be scaled and rolled out from room to room very easily and cost effectively. And the sign app, how does it help with all of the other things that were required in these more sophisticated recording studios of the past, like lighting, cameras, just other options that might be available on the sign app, or easier to hook up, easier to integrate it? Where's the benefit there?
Well, generally these spaces have good audio. That's generally the given, that these spaces have generally nice audio already in there, especially if they're larger spaces. So that especially like on the house of worship. So they always have a nice sound system, but what they don't have is the other elements to bring in cameras, to bring in other types of feeds in those types of environments. And also with education, it's the same thing. So generally the audio hasn't been an issue, but they're needing to add the capacity to these spaces to not only just present in a normal manner, but hey, we also have to provide some distance learning. So the sign app's pretty nice in that it has the ability to take in almost any type of sources, because it's that's just kind of where learning is and training has gone. So the ability to bring in live sources from hardline HDMI inputs, maybe to bring in wireless sources. We can kind of get into that a little bit in regards to being able to BYOD. But also be able to take in maybe streaming sources or even video conferencing sources and stuff as part of that. And the sign app's a pretty unique tool in that it has that ability to take all those different types of inputs, whether they're cloud-based files, hardline inputs, USB camera, peripherals. We pretty much, the sign app has the ability to take all that and then easily be able to select and present those sources. So the other nice thing is that it does have the ability to do up to 4 simultaneous images. So you could have presenter camera and you could have their content and stuff actually available as well, which is pretty nice.
So the topic of this conversation really is this whole one button concept. So ease of use. How does the sign app lend itself to that? That sounds like a miracle. How would that work?
Well, You could certainly get to that point because the sign app does have the ability to do some pretty nifty kind of automated control, where if you power up the unit, you can actually have it turn on systems, but you could also run scripts and stuff basically to say, hey, just start recording once I turn you on. Maybe auto present sources. Like a camera or a laptop feed or something like that. So there really is some kind of neat customization that you could do. So that ability is actually there. I think the other neat thing you could do is almost even touchless beginning. So as we see LMS, like Panopto or, OpenCast, some of these distance learning library management systems and stuff that can automate the process for like classrooms and stuff, then certainly that, once the class starts, then everything pretty much is up and running. But I almost call it sometimes maybe one button at a time. So you can really kind of geek out and get into just be able to walk into a space and have it launch whatever type of application you want to do. But a lot of times if you just keep it really pretty straightforward, you walk in, turn the system on, and it automatically starts some things, and then maybe open up a simple menu to start recording, right, to start webcasting, sure, to start streaming. All those are pretty easy to do in a little toolbar and stuff on the Sign app. So
one of the things I heard you mention that seems pretty exciting for the average presenter is that the Sign app has the ability to bring in other presenters that might be in the environment. The systems that we've used in the past, these more expensive, customized, one-button solutions that the universities have done, seem to be geared towards one person coming into the environment, giving a short presentation, kind of a canned presentation, if you will, and walking away with it on a thumb drive. That was kind of the paradigm, still is for most people. The Sign app has the ability to do more than that, where if other people wanted to join, or even a real classroom or real meeting. How does that work?
Well, I'll talk about this space a little bit that I'm showing virtually. This is actually a real project and stuff doing with the Wolf Vision Sign app. It's a city hall council chambers, but it's also it's a flex space. So this space gets used for a lot of different things. The city council, they have a lot of pretty sophisticated needs in this space. Not only are they needing to present to what audience they might have. In this case, they may not have much of an audience, or their audience has been extended to webcasting, or to people actually viewing online. So, but they, as a necessity, they also need to record in this space. So they do have a city clerk that operates the system. It was imperative for her that it be pretty simple to use, where she could come in and basically fire the system up, everything, projectors turn on, everything basically launches itself. And then she could actually preview the content that's being shared by either guest speakers or material that's been queued up by the city council members. The other important thing for this space was the ability for the council members that are sitting there to have kind of a touch-free environment. They needed the ability to come in with their Surface tablets or their devices and actually view the content that's being shared, but also being able to manage and control it as well. So the Sign app is pretty cool, and you can fire up a quick little QR code on there. There's a couple different apps that we can actually utilize that allows them to basically manage and control the content, share content from their devices as well wirelessly, and then manage that without actually having to go and touch, a control interface somewhere. So they all have the ability to actually be able to do that. So view content, add to the content, annotate over the content if they want to, but also control that content, and then keep that on their own devices. So that's a whole nother topic of the touch-free environment. And an important feature because we're seeing it in other opportunities as well, where people don't want a touch interface. They want the ability to come in with their own devices, control the room, launch a Zoom call, start webcasting, do all that from their own devices rather than through a user interface that then has to be cleaned and sanitized all the time.
So this of course really lends itself to this new paradigm we're in of non-touch, right? so not only does it allow the space to do the things that we've traditionally wanted it to do, it just happens to be able to be set up for a non-touch environment, which seems to be pretty powerful for the needs of the modern modern meeting space.
Yeah, yep. And this particular space that carried on to the fact that it is a public space and is available to the public to rent and use. So after city council meetings are done, they might have user groups come in and use this space after the fact. Well, they don't necessarily want them to start webcasting or recording or have access to a lot of the control and feature sets. But they want them to be able to come in there and plug in their laptop or do their wireless presentation. And a unique feature is the vSolution Pro software management that allows them to actually store templates. So they'll actually have a public template that really simplifies the user interface and automates the process. So literally they just need to come in, plug in their laptop, and the system's up and running. They don't have to touch anything. The system is just automatically set up for that. So they could completely repurpose the room with just loading a template in less than a minute. So it takes about 50 seconds to reload a template, completely repurpose the capabilities and the look and feel of the room to that particular group. So, and you can store bunches of different templates and stuff to play back. So that's a pretty powerful feature to be able to create templates for the specific users.
So compare that to what's been available up until now with these purpose-built one-button studios. In the past, the one-button studio was just that. That's all it could be, for one person, one button, for a canned presentation, whereas this solution seems so much more flexible in general.
Yeah.
And has the ability to repurpose itself, so it can go from a one button solution to a more complex environment if needed or required. So that's pretty remarkable. What are the general cost differences, do you think, taking into account hardware? Because it seems like in the past we had to have a significant amount of hardware to accomplish this, right? Switchers, video processors, who knows what else, and with the sign app, you don't need that, correct?
Yeah, that's been one of my favorite things about the sign app and those integrators that embrace the product, and even a lot of higher education embracing the product because of its simplicity of integration, not necessarily of, it's certainly easy to use, very icon driven, very customizable, but it incorporates a lot of capacity of types of inputs for the cloud files, hard drive files, hardline inputs, USB streaming inputs, and almost the same type of outputs, right? So we can record, we can webcast, we could do web conferencing with it, and that can all be customized. But not having a lot of different pieces of hardware to do that. In the past, you'd have to have, 5 or 6, rack full of gear and all the interconnects and stuff and all the integration required to do that. And there's a lot of cost associated with that. And as far as the maintenance, and anybody that's been in the integration business knows that, when things aren't working, probably 90% of the time, it's a connection issue somewhere. So when you can eliminate a lot of connection points between devices, then you're going to up the reliability quite a bit. And reliability is a very key factor these days. People need to maximize their uptime and reliability. And I think having a solution that's can do most of what you need it to do and be able to customize it to just what you need it to do, I think is a pretty powerful solution. Yeah. So
one of the topics that comes up in a lot of the meetings I have is a product's ability for a remote monitoring, for remote maintenance and all those things. We've talked a little bit about that with the Solutions app, but there's something else about the sign app that lends itself to that. What is that? Just its simplicity, or from your perspective?
From a remote monitoring and management perspective,
you're right.
Well, the software, the vSolution Pro software is pretty powerful. Does have an open API, so if you're looking at third-party, monitoring and management solutions, something like Uteligy or Overture, I mean, there's quite a few, starting to kind of hit the market. That's kind of important, is being able to have an API, being able to have, feed that information into those. But the software itself is pretty powerful. We talked a little bit about being able to create templates and scale large facilities pretty quick. So if you're an educational facility and you need to quickly kind of deploy and configure a number of rooms, and you can store those as templates and just cut and paste, and just load them in, and then just make a few minor changes in regards to re-IPing and that type of thing. So the other nice thing is we have a help desk. You can actually, click on the particular, Wolf Vision devices, and it's not just the Synapse, but any Wolf Vision products attached. And then you can actually view and take control of that. So if you have a remote help desk, somebody's having a little bit of issue, can't find that one button to launch things, you can certainly have a help desk actually click on its web interface, and then actually see kind of what's going on in that space and be able to control it remotely, which is pretty powerful as well. So
it seems like, in my experience as well, that the fact that the Synapse is a purpose-built product, that solving solutions with it based on everything you've described is wonderful. But also, at the end of the day, if you have to swap out one, you've swapped out most of what can go wrong.
Yeah.
So getting products up online is as simple as having another one in an institution ready to go. And we've all already learned that getting that backed up unit to look and feel just like the one that was in that room is pretty simple based on software uploads and so on. Is that true?
Yeah, it is. And it does, I do want to stress a little bit, because even though the Synapse is a very powerful tool, it does a whole lot of things. Again, it's pretty easy and pretty straightforward to turn on and off functions and features and give it a different look and a little different feel for each of the users. It's kind of like the, where whiteboards, smart boards are really pretty popular. But then, if you've got different spaces that some have the smart boards with a different user interface and some are larger spaces, the nice thing about the Synapse is it's pretty display agnostic. It does not care what the display is. It can be smaller rooms or larger rooms.
Right.
The Synapse, as you know, there's a breadth of products from, simpler models for just BYOD or BYO, bring your own meeting applications that have the same look, the same feel. So whether it's a small space for just a few people, or if it's a very large space, the consistency of the user interface and the look and the feel and the control is there. So it's not because you're going, this is kind of where we get back to the recording studio, right? We have all these different, very purposeful rooms designed for specific things, but again, they all have a different look and feel and operate differently, hence the need for a lot of technical support services for some of these spaces. And if you have a common look and feel across all the spaces, and you're just kind of managing the capacity of the functions of those in that same unit, that's pretty powerful and stuff. It makes it kind of easy to deploy and scale and maintain consistency across a campus or an enterprise.
So it sounds like the Synapse family checks a lot of boxes when it comes to the modern integrator, and certainly the modern end user who wants a one-button solution or as close to one button as possible. There's no doubt with that. But it kind of goes beyond that, because it can become, with its look and feel and its ease of program being able to be programmed easier, I should say, that it can morph into something that can control and be used in all kinds of rooms, right?
Correct. So, and again, it kind of goes back to that what's nice about it is it works in a lot of these different spaces, because you can kind of easily configure them for that particular space.
Right.
And whether it's a touchless or you want something that's highly sophisticated, again, like, the council chambers here, they use a lot of the functionality of the Wolf Vision Synapse, but then in the evening, it needs to be pretty simple, right? Plug in a laptop, have it display your content, and unplug it and have it, power down and that type of stuff. So that's a pretty compelling use case for those that are having to manage these systems, to have something that's pretty straightforward and configurable, and then kind of spend their time doing more productive things than just trying to keep things running and keep people trained on different types of spaces and stuff. So
we've got time to discuss one more little topic about this whole genre. The traditional one button space in the past didn't really include the ability to go outside of that space. It was really just a canned recording environment. The Sign app has the ability to video conferencing from the product as well. Talk a little bit about that and how it might be used in this one button recording environment.
Well, there's kind of a couple different schools of thought, and I've just been approached with a lot of different kind of applications and needs, working with another kind of enterprise customer that really wants a touchless room. These are rooms where they want to launch. They don't want to be able to touch anything in a room. They just want to walk in, and they want to be able to share their content and stuff. But they also want a kind of a one button launch of maybe a Zoom meeting or a Teams meeting or a WebRTC meeting. And in a lot of these cases, they don't want a user interface in those spaces. So how do you provide that one touch without providing a one touch? And the neat thing about the Sign app and some of its solution is that you can, with your own device, actually do that. You can have a QR code up on the screen, and it's, capture that with your camera. And now you can actually control everything from your own device into that space, as well as share that content. So you can either join meetings and do some cool things with the Sign app, but there's also, for those power users that really want to maybe host a meeting and they need the full color and the full power of their particular soft codec, then you can actually launch that as well and just share your content from your screen. And it's kind of like the bring your own meeting, which is kind of a new buzzword.
That's right.
We hear about bring your own device, but also bring your own meeting. And there's the need to actually be able to do both. So you have some people that just want to come in, easily be able to launch, join a meeting, but you also have the need for some people that want to do a full blown, hey, I just want to use the stuff in the room and then host my, with my device and be able to do that wirelessly and control that as well. So you kind of have to address both. And I think Sign app does a great job of doing that.
Sounds like it. Well, it's time to start wrapping up. Please, all of you out there, if you have any questions, there's a couple of things you can do. One, contact us at Wolf Vision. We'd be happy to discuss this in greater detail. You can also schedule a meeting right now with one of the Wolf Vision solution consultants at our Napkin CAD portal that's live on the event today. A reminder to everyone listening, we have 3 panel discussions every hour. We invite you to stick around. Coming up at the top of the next hour is how to use social media to promote your company's offerings and influence your target markets. Mistakes to avoid when deploying and managing lecture capture solutions. And more mistakes to avoid when designing post-COVID meeting spaces, all very interesting. So enjoy the rest of the show, and thanks all for tuning in. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Wolf Vision's virtual collaboration experience. Today, we will be discussing how to use social media to promote your company's offerings and influence your target markets with our moderator from AV Nation, Tim Albright. Tim, take it away.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm Tim Albright. With me to talk about how you can use social media to connect with both your audience, but also increase company sales and just you get out there in the industry. First and foremost, Melody Craigmile from Almo and Almo Pro AV. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Good to be here, and thanks Wolf Vision for having me on the conference.
Yeah. Also with us is Paul Richards. Paul is from PTZ Optics. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Tim. Pleasure to be here.
And also somebody who I would consider one of my social media mentors. His name is Chris Netto. He currently works for Starin Marketing, but you also know him as the AV and the AM guy on Sunday mornings. Welcome, sir.
Hey, Tim, thanks for having me. And you need to get yourself some better mentors if that's the case, man.
Well, I've got you, and yeah, that's it. All right, so let's take a walk down this for a second here. Twitter starts in 2007, right? Facebook starts, depends on which story you listen, 2004, 2005. It's 2006-ish, 2007 before the vast majority of people who aren't in education. I'm not going to go back to Friendster. I'm not going to go back to MySpace because, first of all, nobody's still alive that has one. But let's talk about how we're leveraging and how we can take this relatively new, but not entirely brand new medium to connect with our audience. And I'm going to highlight what each of you have done, both personally and also professionally, to do that. But Melanie, let's start with you on this because immediately after the whole COVID-19 thing happened, Almo had to adjust and do what you had done for the last 10 years, your E4 experiences. In person, you had to adjust and flip that to a virtual one. You guys did that, though, a lot of it, and connecting with folks and showing that through social media. What was one of the main kind of driving metrics you were looking at? Metrics, but one of the main driving points you were trying to connect with folks to let them know that, hey, this in-person event is now a virtual one?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think what we did is we tried to connect the two by maintaining the branding of E4, but putting it to E4V, E4 Evolution. And we talked a lot about how we had 10 years of experience and live and in-person events that we were bringing online. So we really used social media. We used the same hashtag, E4, and kind of kept that consistent. So that would show up in people's feeds, and we just leveraged. LinkedIn was a huge area of development for us when we were looking at that. So yeah, we definitely had to pivot and produce these events online. And one really funny thing is that people didn't actually believe we were broadcasting live. So I just want to say we are broadcasting live today. So
we are indeed. We are indeed. I'm not quite sure how to prove that. I don't know. There's still no baseball. There's still no football, so I can't give you a score. The Wall Street Journal this morning did talk about the fact that baseball may not happen or may in a different way. I don't know. I don't even know what date it is. It's Monday. How about that? Mr. Netto, Melody mentioned LinkedIn, and that's something that you have again, taught me a lot about in the last couple of years. But when you are looking at the various platforms, you have obviously Twitter, you have LinkedIn, you have Facebook, but you've got these other kind of ancillary ones, Instagram. We can mention Snap if we want as sort of a social-ish. But what are you looking at when it comes to the business of AV, and which ones are folks most successfully leveraging?
All right. Well, if you're going to look at any of those, I got to go back and explain the ones that you explained, okay. Right? So you want to start your business basically on LinkedIn because that's the business professional community, right? So LinkedIn is your business. That's where you can basically ground your business in what it is that you do, your company missions and all that. Who your people are. You encourage your people to jump on that. Followed by that, now you have LinkedIn. All this, by the way, connects back to your website. For people that have forgotten about their website or let it go stale, everything generates back to your website. So all these connection points through social need to be linked back to your website because that's where your real big company story is, and everything that you're putting out should be going. So you have LinkedIn for your professional. Twitter's your broadcaster, right? So if you have news, announcements, press releases, anniversaries, happy birthdays, that's where you show your personal side, and you can mix personal with business. There are people, naysayers a lot on LinkedIn that don't like to see the mixed posts, but I have my opinion on that as well, and maybe we'll go into that later. The other portion to that is you got to have a Facebook page. That seems to be apparent, and I'm sure Paul can go into details of the adventures of Facebook and what Facebook brings to the table. It's obviously a big community. It's one of the largest social media platforms out there. And then attached to Facebook, you have your Instagram. I use Instagram more on a personal brand side of the business, but you can, depending on the type of business you are, Instagram is a very visual platform. So if you have equipment, if you have events, if you have things that have a visual component to it, that's where you want to show it. And then the other thing is, a lot of people tend to forget that YouTube is a social platform. So with YouTube, that's where you store all your videos. That's where you upload all your videos. It is a social platform because you build community and you build engagement based on that. The other big thing about YouTube is that it's the second largest search engine next to Google. So you obviously want to be very big on the YouTube side of the business because YouTube will get you found. Your videos will come up on the SEO ranks. There's other platforms that you have, like you mentioned Snap, and obviously right now a big one is TikTok. If you can somehow figure out a way to bring your business onto TikTok into Snap, that's awesome. But a lot of it has not been on the professional side that I've seen. On the professional AV side, it's been more on the residential or the consumer side of our business. Outside of that, those are your main platforms that you should be looking at and should be considering to incorporate into your businesses.
All right, Paul, Chris mentioned the fact that YouTube is certainly a social media. Talk for a second about how PTZ Optics went from a Facebook group and where you guys were talking to customers to leveraging that and launching a very successful YouTube channel.
Well, yeah, I mean, Facebook in itself is my favorite social media platform, and it's funny for business. And really everyone, I think, when they first approach Facebook, they go, "That's for my family. That's for my grandmom to follow my kids." And I think it's the most undervalued business to business lead generation tool out there, better than LinkedIn. Okay. LinkedIn is great and it's super professional and but it's super expensive to advertise on. I mean, if you look at LinkedIn versus Facebook and YouTube, you're paying 50, 100 times as much per lead, at least what I've found. So I don't even advertise on LinkedIn. LinkedIn's a great social media network, very professional. It's awesome. I love it for what it is. But when I'm talking about generating leads, totally going to Facebook and YouTube. You can create a great YouTube video that tells your business story, and you can advertise it for a penny per view, okay? For keywords, way cheaper than Google AdWords. But in general, I can talk about all of that stuff, but in general, what our company has done is we've tried to become influencers, and we found a niche that we actually could. And I think that every business should challenge themselves. What are you good at? What are your engineers the best in the world at? And tell that story. And there will be people who want to follow you. But keep in mind, your engineers don't want to be on camera, right? So you have to find that medium. And that's kind of the role I've fallen into is I'm like, wow, we have these amazing products, huge markets that are adapting to PTZ, robotics, camera control, all of these things. How do I tell that story in a way that a volunteer at a church goes, not only do I want that product, but I want to be part of that community so I can start learning. And when you start to build a community, Facebook absolutely is the best. YouTube's probably second in my opinion, but the communities grow and they feed each other. And like Facebook groups, let's not forget, that's fairly new, right? Live streaming on Facebook, 2016. Facebook groups are even newer. Live streaming inside of a Facebook group, even newer. I mean, we're generating so many leads in Facebook. I don't even know if I can tell you guys how much. It's incredible. Once it starts, it rolls, and it is a massive machine.
Okay, so let's start somebody from scratch here, right? You're an integrator in Boise, Idaho, and you are listening to this and watching this presentation, and these three social media gurus. Melody, what are you telling that integrator just what are their first steps? What do they have to do this afternoon when they get done listening to this presentation?
Well, I think they start out not going across all the platforms, but I think you pick a couple. I would say I'm with Paul. Probably start with Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. And maintaining consistency of posting on those sites is very, very important. I would also start at tagging prominent industry accounts so that you can leverage those networks to build your own networks up. And then third, I think it's really important to establish brand champions within your organization. And for us at Almo, that's been our business development managers who have different specialties: audio specialty, broadcast specialty, digital signage specialty. And because people are going to engage more with the person than the company. I would say that a word of caution that you have to look at is, make sure it's the right person. And also, if that person should leave your company, then they're taking that following with them. So that just some things to think about. But getting people engaged with different employees within your company. And Paul, you're right. Your engineers don't want to be on there, but who are those people, the personalities that can really engage and really like being on social media? So I would say those are my three things that I would advise for the new Boise, Idaho person getting on social.
All right. Engage with the person. That's right. Because as one of my sales folks a long time ago taught me is people buy from people, right? Mm-hmm. Chris, you have done an incredible job of brand creation, in personal branding. And we're going to talk about that for a second, because that's a little bit of what Melody was talking about is getting those folks out there that work for your company and helping them create a brand. You have a unique, I would say it's a unique story. At least it was 10 years ago when it happened to you. But talk for a second about how you got into social media in the first place and how you created that personal brand and how you were able to navigate that to different jobs.
Well, I'll try to tell the quick and short version of it. I was working for not for a manufacturer. I was working for a manufacturer of pharmaceuticals. I was working for a pharmaceutical company. I'm sorry. About 10 years ago, when the opportunity came, where I was like, you know what, I need to develop a website. I need to get my resume together. Something's not right being here. And not that the experience of the pharmaceutical industry wasn't great. I loved being an end user. It actually taught me a lot about the AV integration business, removing me from the side of being an installer or a technician or a salesperson, but getting the customer point of view. But what pushed me or got me into social media was the fact that the company I was working for was going through some layoffs. They were going through some tough times. The pharmaceutical business, if you don't hit home runs with drugs within cycles, they start panicking. So the last drug had not hit, and there had not been a big development. So they started laying off people. And this was around the time of 2008 during a big last economic downturn. So I went and created a profile on LinkedIn, and basically I found out that I was going to lose my job on a Friday, walking in to talk to my manager. And what happened was I went that night on LinkedIn. I was kind of prepared for it because I walked into my boss's office for a standard meeting, had a LinkedIn profile, but I had already been job searching because I kind of felt that this was happening. Did not have to resign. They let me go, along with 25,000 others that got hit that time. So during the course of, I don't know how many months, I actually was able to be prepared. And I went on LinkedIn that night and said, hey, I lost my job. It sucks. It's tough, but I start my new job on Monday. And I caught the eye of an editor, and that started me in the writing for publications. Did a lot of that sort of stuff, which led me down the road. It's kind of like that holistic approach. You kind of start organic, I guess would be the better word. I started on LinkedIn. That's why I have a soft spot for LinkedIn, because LinkedIn has been helping me get a new job or helped me move. Got into Twitter because I did write for the magazines, and then the connection to the audience through the magazine. So they read the article, they want to talk to the author. That led me into Twitter, which led me into other forms of social media. The funny story attached to that is after about a year or two on Twitter, nobody believed I was real. I got questioned. Are you a bot? Or because all you do is either retweet or share. Never had my voice in it. So it's similar to what Melody was saying. You got to find the people. I didn't have a voice for the first year. The first year, I was nothing more than an information sharer. I would share product information, products that I'd see at trade shows or events. That's what my gig was. And I thought that was social media until I discovered my voice. And it took about a year playing around, failing. Obviously, failing was a big part of it. You know, you scuff your knee, you gotta brush that dirt off and keep going, right? So I failed a lot before I get to where I was. Eventually, you stop talking into the black hole because that's what it felt like for a while. You start learning about hashtags, you start learning about the community, you start getting connected to the community. That's a big part of social media. It's not just going on and doing a press release, or if I have an event, this is the only thing I'm going to talk about, or hey, we're going to InfoComm. Here's social media for the next 20 days. That's not it. It's consistency. It's building that. And me personally, I had to basically discover my own personal brand, because every book I read about on how to tweet, because I didn't know how to do this, right? I'm a 40-something. I'm not supposed to be on social media. My kids remind me of that all the time. Dad, you're not supposed to be on YouTube. You're not supposed to be doing any of this stuff. But I quickly had to pivot. And the pivot has been very good for me because I discovered my voice and I discovered the community, and I've helped the community grow. Whether it's the online community on Twitter, or if it's a Friday night happy hour, or if it's discovering that people like to talk on Sundays about weird things like tech and AV, whatever that case is. The fortunate part is as I started developing that voice and learning that, companies started attaching to that. So I went to various companies with my social brand, and it was to do that. You know, I'm currently sitting with Starin as a market development manager, and I do a lot of the internal voice within the company and help our internal team on the coaching side of how to develop that. It's also very attached to customer service and product and all that sort of stuff. But prior to that, I was working with the manufacturer, and when I was with the manufacturer, that was a big part of what I did, was to bring out that we are here. You know, we're online and we do answer conversations and questions. So I hope that was the answer you were looking for.
It was. So Paul, talk for a second here, because Chris hits on something, and that's the personal side of this, right? Is all three of you represent manufacturers in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, Paul, you work for one directly, both Melody and Chris through distributorships. But creating the human side, the personal side of a corporation, right, of a company, and showing your clients and your customers and your fans, there's a real person behind this. How do you do that?
Well, the first thing to do is to try to let people in on the process. I mean, your company does something that many people have no idea about. So understand that on Facebook and on YouTube, you got to get their attention somehow. And then you go from attention to maybe focus. That's them going from 5 minutes or 5 seconds of watching a video to 3 minutes. And within 3 minutes, you can tell a really great story. So what is it at your company that actually is interesting, that actually will grab attention and provide value? And going back to, the person at Boise, Idaho, I remember trying to figure all this stuff out myself, much like Chris. And, you got to look at your marketing department and figure out, who do you got? Can you get a writer? Like in a perfect scenario, you have a writer, you have a video person, and you have a social media person. Now, for a small AV company, they probably just have one person that's got to be the jack of all trades. And they're going to be shooting video on their iPhone and showing an install going out the door, capturing as much as they can, maybe putting it into a video later. And it's a lot of work for sometimes a little bit of a reward. 2 people liked it on Facebook. Is that really going to generate a lead? At a certain point, I think that there's the scalability of it. It has to reach a certain level for it to really start generating leads. For an Almo or a Starin or a big company, you put together a marketing team with 4 or 5 people, and you can create a social media monster that's going to grow and move. And when you get, like, our YouTube channel just hit 20,000 subscribers, and I'm super proud of that because we can post a video and we know it's going to reach thousands of people. So your content quality gets better and better, and the shelf life lives longer and longer. And we just start pouring more and more time into the quality. And essentially what you're doing, if you think about it from a high level, even if you are just the one person in Boise, Idaho, is think about it as a sales funnel. There's people that know you, do not know you at all. There's people who are starting to engage. And then finally, you're slowly working them down to the point of them wanting to buy. And through that whole process, like you said, Tim, people buy from people. So it's a trust building process. If they like what you get 2 likes on Facebook, maybe one of those people is slowly starting to build trust. And then, they start to see you on LinkedIn. You're slowly building that trust. Even from a small 1-person team, you can build that trust. That takes time, and it's a long-term play. But once you start to you realize, I need a content writer, I need a video person, I need a social person, and you bring those people together and you get a 2, 3, 4-person team, it is the new way of marketing 100%. The old way, I don't know what the old way is anymore. I guess I'm a little younger than you, Chris, but that is the way to market. That is, you build the social media team. There's X amount of people that you absolutely need. And that's the new marketing plan. It's the way everyone's doing it now.
I will point out that Mr. Paul said that he's younger than Chris, not me. Melody, Paul makes a good point about content, and you said, consistency. When you go into, the year or the quarter, let's say, right? So you've got the next 3 months. We're in the middle of June here. Those of us who do plannings, we're all looking at the third quarter and probably the fourth one as well. How do you create that content calendar and say, this is where we have to meet? We're right coming up in the States. You've got a number of holidays. You've got the fall coming up. I don't think they're going to cancel Christmas. They might. I don't know. But how do you plan for that to create that consistent content?
Well, Alamo Corporation has many layers. So we have 4 divisions, and I run the marketing for all 4 of those. So each channel really has to have its own tone. For instance, the corporate channels are really more about life at Alamo. What's it like to work at Alamo? And we use that a lot for recruiting. So people can see the kind of the culture of what's going on. So that content calendar is going to be surrounding our charitable activities, things that are going on in the offices, the virtual event. We had a virtual pet show, all those types of things that happen. And we're appropriate on our different channels. So we share some of that out as well. But then the Pro AV accounts are going to be much more focused on, product solutions and services. And when we start going out to visit customers again, showing us engaging with our customers. So I think, for larger companies, it's really important to establish that tone and maintain the consistency and have a mix of not just product, but also other things that the people themselves are engaging in the business.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, when I mentioned the fact that you're the guy we know as AV and the AM on Sunday mornings on Twitter. When you're creating that content, and Melody said, figuring out what people are engaging in, what is kind of your temperature for that? What's your marker to see, what sort of engagement you get on a specific topic, or maybe on a specific area of the industry when people are feeding back to you? What is it? Is it 2 likes? Is it 3 retweets? Is it people literally just saying, "Hey, Chris, this is a really great topic"? What does your feedback loop look like?
So when I sat down and started doing this AV and the AM thing, it just came based on interesting conversations I had during the week. Right. So if I was out and about and, just like every other AV professional that's sitting here listening, we'd meet up after at events or bars or at dinner. I did a lot of trade shows. So if I was at a trade show and somebody brought up an interesting use of a product, it got me thinking, sparked ideas. This weekend, I was, we talked about leadership in our business and how to do crisis leadership. That came from watching, I sat down and binge watched some History Channel about, leaders under, stressful situations, what they did, how they became creative. So I don't have necessarily a formula put together that you guys can take back and start. But if you can hear from what I just said, it's hearing, it's listening. right? So any of the stuff that we talk about on AV and the AM is inspired by whatever it is that I see online or through my own personal visits. Or if I was able to leave the house, it'd be great to meet up with some people and have coffee. But some of those conversations need a bigger platform, and that's what AV and the AM basically started as. It started, the first question ever was somebody reached out online and asked a general question about using Alexa in a corporate environment. You're not going to hear that at a trade show for the most part, unless it's somebody very specific looking at how to add voice. This was 2 years ago. It was taboo then. You don't bring voice conversation or any type of a digital assistant into pro AV because, God, that's not acceptable. Well, we're in a different world now. So, especially when it comes to touchless type stuff. So when it comes to finding the subject and the subject matter, it's using basically using the social platforms for social listening. It's a big part of what I do, right? If it's not just, I'm the expert, here it is, here's my pedigree, I have certifications, far from it. A lot of what I do is listening and getting that temperature check. And a lot of it is just being able to read a crowd. I'm a former DJ. If the music was bad, I'd switch the song to something else, change the genre. That's a skill, right? It's a soft skill, but that's something that you can, that I put into play even with being a professional AV person who dabbles in social media. It's reading the crowd, understanding what's out there, and constantly, temperature checking. During those Sunday conversations, I go to the Twitter analytics and I go to AKTV, which are giving me live impressions. Impressions are important for anybody who works on the marketing side. That is a big point of conversation when it comes to marketing and paying for marketing to be done, is how many impressions can it be generated? What does your company, especially when you're using like outside organizations or you're working with trade show organizations that are going to be pushing out content for you and advertising that you're going to be at that show, you want to know how many impressions, because impressions, it's a numbers game. You want the impressions because there's a chance that somebody's going to click on it. Paul can go into probably better details like he did before with the Facebook stuff. But yes, it's about casting a wide net. I see social media very much as a casting the wide net conversation piece, but it gets very personal because today it may not have worked as a conversation topic for a Sunday conversation, and I can see because it only got maybe 2 million impressions. But the days it works, the days it clicks, it hits 10 million. But I can't just judge on those numbers. Right? It's the DMs that I get from the people that say, hey, this was a great topic. Can we go further? You're in it for the long game. Social media is, you have to be very quick, very, very on the timely and very on the spot with the conversations. You have to be very empathetic to what is going on currently, or the attitude or the mood, right? In the space. And you have to be very agile. So what Melody said regarding business plans, you lay out those business plans. There are people much smarter than me within my company that love to lay out those plans. And yes, you do have a quarterly, monthly, you can even have a weekly calendar of what it is that you're looking to do. And obviously, because we both work with manufacturers have their plans. So you got to kind of harmonize everything at the same time and be cognizant of that. But if there is a blip or a change, right? Now, COVID wasn't a blip. COVID was a
massive shift. Yeah.
It was a massive shift. You had to just turn completely left or right. You choose the path, but make the choice and go with it. I think that for companies that were just reliant on traditional marketing, and we're going to do emails, and we're going to do magazines, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, invested money into trade shows that have been canceled and gone virtual, for example. How do you pivot? So you have to return and do that very quickly. And online is a great way to do it because you can make those adjustments very quickly. Now, imagine working with outside organizations that weren't able to make that, right? You had money invested in putting in advertising into a magazine that's not now going to be advertised because the show was canceled. So how do you do that? So you use your voice, you use your assets, and you use your people internally to help move that needle, per se, in the marketing side, and social is a great way to do it.
Yeah. Paul, you mentioned the fact that you can, in 3 minutes, you can tell a really great story, right? Let's go back to Boise, Idaho for a minute, because if you are, again, all three of you said, these integrators, a lot of times that one person, they have a one person marketing team or a 2-person marketing team. Where are you getting those ideas from? Where are you getting that content from? Not necessarily, obviously you even said it, you're using your iPhone to create the content, but where do you generate those ideas?
Sure. So one of my favorite places to go immediately is trends.google.com. You type in whatever you're thinking about, and they tell you the trends. And you can start digging deep into all kinds of trends. I remember with COVID, Zoom obviously was blowing up, right? And when I went into Zoom and I noticed, a lot of people are using Zoom with OBS. I'm looking at these trends. You can see it was like, 10% million people to 100 million people within a week. And so I look at that all the time. I made a video about how to use OBS with Zoom. In 2 weeks, it got 250,000 views. And it's not necessarily our target market. OBS users are the free live streaming video production software, but I'm getting phone calls all day long. When you get 200,000 views, a percent, even if it's 1%, that's like 2,000 people who are like, I need to take the next step. So, trends are really important. There's kind of 2 ways to go about it. You can try to latch on to whatever the current trending thing is and try to figure out what everyone else is talking about, or you can pave your own way and be an innovator. And, that, in my opinion, they're both equally, good strategies. I chose the way of, trying to pave a new path. So I'm trying to identify the trends, but then spot the gaps. And it's that gap where it's like nobody on the internet has a video on YouTube about how to do this, yet it's clearly trending on Google, right? So you tie those 2 together and you can hit some really big home runs. Through my career, it's like make a couple videos every week. It's always kind of a roll of the dice. If somebody else already has a video like that, if Google's going to like your thumbnail, if you're going to hit it, but as long as you're making a couple hundred videos a week, or a year, sorry, you're going to hit. And I've hit so many times. We're ending up with millions of views every year on YouTube. And it's not because, it's a magic. It's just consistency, as Melody said. But I like to find the gaps because they're out there, especially in the tech world. Everyone is racing to figure out distance learning. Everyone's trying to race to figure out how to add a countdown timer to their Zoom meeting, right? I mean, the whole world is trying to figure out this stuff. So I just keep a Google list and I just think, and I just go up, that's a good one, up, that's a good one, that's a good one. And then I look at my Google Sheet each week. I look at the trending topics and I look at YouTube for a little bit, see what other people are talking about. And don't get discouraged if other people already have a video on that topic. Now, going back to Boise, Idaho for the AV integrator, take a trending topic and then add Boise, Idaho, right? You become the local person for that trending topic. I was talking to an integrator in Ireland who decided, hey, we're going to give away free Zoom licenses because we're a big company. We can afford to do that. And we're just going to have it be during COVID-19. They gave away 18,000 Zoom licenses. And literally, they said like 30% of them immediately upgraded to their whole company. And they're making tons of money. So they're like riding a wave, but they did it locally in Ireland. They said, we're going to be the ones in Ireland who say, we're going all in on Zoom. We're going to give these licenses out for free as like an empathetic, way to say, we understand COVID's affecting you guys right now. And every month they do a webinar on how to use Zoom and security and all these things. I'll be on IMS in Ireland's show next week because they want to talk all about how do we do virtual events and things of that nature. And they say 3,000-4,000 people are attending these webinars. And I'm going, wow. And that was you didn't do these webinars at all before COVID. And they're riding a wave, but they localized it. So yes. And then the only other thing I would say too is as you become a content creator and you're posting things on Facebook and you're posting things on YouTube, especially if it's original stuff, it becomes this amazing feedback loop where the comments become your next idea for the video. So as long as you're creating innovative content, people go, that is amazing, but I'd love to see it with GoToMeeting. And you go, people are still using GoToMeeting? And they go, yeah, lots of people are still using GoToMeeting. You're like, well, that was a great idea. Thank you. And that literally for us, now that we have we have 20,000 YouTube subscribers, we have over 10,000 on Facebook. It's like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like, thank you, all of you people. You give us our ideas. These are real people. And a big breakthrough for me was reminding myself, these are real people, right? let's remember that. And when they comment, let's respond. And I guess the best hack I could give anybody is when you do get that comment, reply back, prompting them to tell you more. Because not only does that show Facebook and YouTube and LinkedIn that there's tons more engagement, but people will. You say, thank you for that, but should we make a video about this? And then you turn to this conversation where people are giving you ideas and criticism and your next content idea. So yes, Google Trends is a great place to start. But once you get an audience, just leverage them. They're the ones who are watching your videos anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are almost 250, 260 video conferencing software packages. So whether it's Zoom or it's GoToMeeting or whoever you use, yeah, they're really great. Melanie, as we wrap up here, I'm going to ask all three of you the same question. We are in the middle of a pandemic, right? And that has to change how you're communicating, how you're talking with folks. What has this caused you to do it? And as you're looking forward, and I've said this several different places, this is not our new normal. Chris will eventually get a haircut, thank God. We'll be able to leave our houses. But when the next crisis comes, how do you adjust what you have it on your calendar, right? And then suddenly something happens. How do you adjust to communicate on social media during a crisis?
Well, let's hope there's not another crisis like this, first of all.
Well, not like this, but there will be something, right?
Yes, you're right. There will be something. There will be a recession. There will be something that is going to throw us a curveball. And I think just like we did with our E4 program, we had to reimagine how we were going to engage with people. And we wanted an experience that was going to be very different than what people have traditionally done with a virtual trade show. There were no booths at our event, wandering around, clicking on PDFs. It was original content that we were serving up. And I think that is one of the most important things that Paul was saying is that, do your own video production, make that content original. One little tip that I would give the integrator in Boise, Idaho is invest a little money in a stabilizer and a microphone, because audiovisual people want good video and good audio. They're not going to sit there and watch something that is all over the place and the audio is bad. Just a little bit of money can make that video really, really great. But I think at the end of the day, I would say that the most important thing, and Chris has touched on this, is be authentic. You can ride the trends, but if you are not really plugged into the trend as a company or as a brand champion, and it appears that you're sort of riding the wave and you're not adding that authenticity to it, it can come across as, very unrelatable. So that would be my advice for that small integrator or anyone.
By the way, thank you, because the other three of us never said anything about stabilizers and audio gear, okay? None of us. So yes, oh my gosh, because here's the thing. You're an AV integrator. You should not sound like you're in a tin can. I'm sorry. Yes, less than $500. And if you want me to give you a list, you can email me, tim@avnation.tv. I'll give you a list, right? Absolutely, 100%. Mr. Netto, same kind of question is you've also had to shift, AV in the AM, went through and did several different topics, but as a marketer and as a social media person, what do you need to prepare for, and how do you adjust when a crisis does come, your messaging? Yeah,
so we kind of talked about this about 24 hours ago. That it's tough, right? From a business perspective, everybody's going to talk about having a response team and who do you bring to that response team. There's a very corporate, answer to this, obviously, with these type of impacts. And it doesn't matter if it's COVID or if it's a recession or if it's lights out, power outage. How do you handle that? You have to have a team put in place. What you're finding out with COVID is you have to have not just that team, right? But the team that has to be able to quickly pivot. I think agility for any company moving forward is 100% necessary. And when you add social media to that component, nothing is able to get you the news out quicker than that, right? So use social media to to basically announce what you're doing, because it's a lot quicker than putting out a press release and a lot quicker than sending out an email that may just sit there. Our inboxes are completely jammed with everybody and everybody sending out the same conversation. I mean, how many emails did we get of how, we're still here, or we're still, I mean, that was the first week. And you can go through the waves of emails, and it seems like everybody was following the same checklist, right? Authentic, having some authenticity to it, understanding where your customers are coming from, right? What changed for me for COVID? I went not just 24/7, I think I went 26, 14, and 28. There's no end in time for what I do, because it's constantly online and I'm constantly on. And I chose to do that because that's kind of how I'm built on this space. So you have to be there for the people. You have to be there for the customers, whether it's me doing a side thing on Sunday with the chat that basically try to give us a little bit of normality, or creating an AV happy hour on a Friday night just because people didn't know how to network anymore, because that was a missing component. Sometimes it's more than just the product and more than just you or your company. You have to remove yourself from it and say what it is that our customers or clients, our friends could use at this time. And it happened to be a happy hour, which is not traditional happy hour. Obviously, this is BYOD meets BYOM, right? You're kind of you're not bringing you're bringing your beer to a meeting,
yeah,
and you're sitting down and you're having those network conversations. And a lot of people lost their jobs at this time, so there was a space there where people just wanted to reach out and understand that they were kind of going through the same thing. And also from a marketing perspective, a lot of companies came in and they were able to talk about their products if that was what they wanted to do, but just being there, being present in the moment was a big thing. All right. And that's it.
All right, Paul, you'll have the last word on this. How do you pivot? How do you adjust during a crisis, your social media presence?
Well, in many ways, our company was very well prepared for this. As crazy as that sounds, because we already had a weekly live show. We already had a studio in place. We already had a producer. We had already gone all in on social media. We already had an audience and a following. So in many ways, we were like, I tried not to skip a beat. I was producing all the shows myself here in the studio because the audiences suddenly exploded because everyone was at home. So people needed content, needed guidance. And I felt like in the pro AV industry, technology is a pretty big solution to this, especially video communications, but also live streaming. So in many ways, all of our content spiked like 500%. Right. And you can imagine the effects on the business for that as well. And so we were able to position ourselves as, a solution to the problem. Now, not necessarily, we're not a vaccine or anything, but a way to continue communication, a way for businesses to continue continuity to continue. So in many ways, if you're an AV integrator in Boise, Idaho, or anywhere, there's a lot of issues with getting installations done and customers being unprepared. But in the larger picture of things, long term, I really do believe that not every single pro AV piece of hardware is going to survive or be part of the bigger picture, but most pro AV integrators should be, and I hate to say excited, but it's every problem there's a solution to every problem, right? Every problem is an opportunity. And having been preaching the power of live streaming for 6 years, and then live streaming and video communications becoming literally the national global thing, and we weren't in the position that Zoom was in, where they just had meteoric growth, but we were in a position where we know this technology, we're empathetic to our customers' needs. So having empathy and saying, hey, we understand that you're a church who has no idea how to do live streaming. Let's really open our doors, open our ears, and be ready for you guys. And then also having authority, right? And saying, we are pro AV integration specialists. We do know how to have these solutions, and combining the two. So combining empathy for your customers and the authority that you have as an expert, and then making that translation to social media. So you're the guide for people who need help with AV. You're not the hero, right? The customer's the hero. You're the guide. Guide them through the process and understand the person at the church is different than the person in the corporation, is different than the government person, but they all are trying to rethink their IT, They're all trying to rethink their AV. And I think it's a great time for Pro AV right now. And there's a lot of opportunity in this time right now. So that would be my response. Translate the opportunity, translate your value online, and you will be surprised how many people out there will really appreciate it and respond to it.
That right there is a really great way to end it. Thank you all three so much. Melody Craigmile from Almo Pro AV, Mr. Paul Richards from PTZ Optics, and Chris Netto from Starin Marketing. Thank you all so much. I will now hand it back.
Thanks, guys.
My name is Tim Albright from AV Nation. You can find me too. I'll hand it back to the guys over at Wolf Vision.
Thank you, Tim. Up next on our special content stage, we'll have an interview with Andreas Ganau, head of R&D for Synapse. Over on our education stage, we're going to have critical elements for designing future-ready hybrid classrooms. And lastly, on our corporate stage, a Q&A with today's leading consultants about conference room technology. Panelists, thank you again. Tim, thank you. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Coming up, we have an interview with Andreas Ganal, Head of Research and Development for the Synap portfolio with Wolf Vision, and joining him is Jonathan Owen, Solutions Architect for Wolf Vision UK.
Okay. Hello, and thanks for joining us for this session. My name is Jonathan Owen. I'm a Solutions Architect with Wolf Vision based in the UK.
Development for the Synap portfolio with Wolf Vision, and joining him is Jonathan Owen, Solutions Architect for Wolf Vision UK.
Okay. Hello, and thanks for joining us for this session. My name is Jonathan Owen. I'm a Solutions Architect with Wolf Vision based in the UK, and I'm joined by Andreas Ganal, who's our Product Manager and Innovation Specialist based in Austria, who's responsible for the Synap product. So this session, we're going to take a deeper dive into Andreas's role, learn a bit more about Synap, and give you a behind-the-scenes look at Wolf Vision. So yeah, thanks for joining us, Andreas.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Would be nice to meet in Las Vegas, but let's do it online.
Next time. Next time. Great. Okay, so we're going to dive straight into some questions then. So firstly, Andreas, can you tell us a bit more about your role at Wolf Vision and what a typical day looks like for you?
Sure. I'm Product and Innovation Manager for the Synap family here with Wolf Vision. We are located in Austria. I'm sitting in the headquarters. And yeah, I'm responsible for the whole Synap development, the software and hardware development, and also the apps which are part of this whole family, such as the vSolution Cast and the vSolution app. A typical day, coming into the office in the morning, we have a lot of dailies, stand-up meetings. We are developing Agile, so Scrum is the way how we manage the developing. And yeah, most of the time in the morning, a lot of meetings. Then, yeah, together with R&D, developing new features, find ways to develop the solutions. And the rest of the day, most of the time, I'm connected to our customers, to our partners, to the sales team, and doing trainings, and also a lot of traveling, because I think it's really important to have the connection to the market and to really see the products and solutions live, yeah, to get a better feeling what the market needs are, what the customers' pains are. And so yeah, that's, I would say, my main role, to be the interface between the market to the R&D and to develop nice and easy to use solutions which gives a lot of possibilities to our customers.
Excellent. So a very busy man. Okay, so for those that are watching that don't know anything about our Synap family, obviously that's your product specialism and you manage that product portfolio. So for those that don't know what Synap is, can you tell us about it?
It's hard to say it in short words. Synap, it's a whole Synap family nowadays. So it's 4 products. Starts with the Synap Pure as a bring your own device solution, up to with Synap Pure Pro and Synap Core, with more functions for, I would say, huddle spaces, seminar rooms, meeting rooms, up to the Synap with all the features, all the possibilities to be really the centerpiece of an installation. So we natively support all the protocols for bring your own device. So it's Miracast on Windows, it's Chromecast on Android devices, and it's AirPlay on Apple devices, but also our own protocol, the vSolution Cast, for all the devices. But not just bring your own device, it's much more. So when we talk about Synap as a centerpiece, for example, it's possible to bring the own content, own files into a meeting or classroom by connecting to a cloud service, for example, or a network drive, or maybe store it on a USB stick and plug it in at the desk and directly play the files on the system. Another big important thing is for sure recording features, streaming capabilities into a network, into the internet. And yes, nowadays, and exactly in this situation we are in now, altogether, web conferencing is a big part. And also this feature is supported by our system to connect to WebRTC services, to Zoom, to Teams, and you name it, all the services which are available.
Yeah, so I guess the important point to make is it's not just a BYOD solution. That's just one of the features that SignUp offers, and I guess that makes us fairly unique in the industry in terms of a single device that offers that level of functionality. Now, obviously, we've got a simple SignUp Pure device, which is all the native mirroring protocols just for simple screen sharing. But as you work to the top of the range with the main SignUp, which we're going to be discussing today, that really opens up a lot of possibilities in terms of the type of physical space you can use SignUp, and also the kind of local and remote participation. So let's try and explore that a bit more as we go through the conversation.
Definitely. So just to give you an idea, when we developed SignUp, it was always our approach and our goal to be the centerpiece of these kind of installations and to replace a lot of different hardware which is needed normally. So as I said, the streaming, the recording, but also other services like room booking, connect to the room booking system of a room, of an installation, or let's say lecture capture in universities. All these features are part of our SignUp family and can be activated on the system easily.
Yeah. So you mentioned education is obviously a key sector for SignUp. So can you tell us, as well as education, what are the sectors of a SignUp devices being used in, and who are our customers?
As you said, education was always, that's from history with the visualizers. WolfVision was always really focused in education, but nowadays I would say everywhere where presentation, collaboration, working together remotely, but also in meeting situations, bringing up digital content to this meeting, there it's a perfect fit with our product. So a lot of customers from WolfVision are from the corporate business side, and we are equipping meeting rooms, but also the legal courtrooms. That's an application for our devices where also these sessions in legal and courtrooms are getting more and more digital.
Mm-hmm. So any environment really where ease of use is a kind of priority, consolidating existing hardware. And it's worth pointing out, so although SignUp, as you say, was developed with an education focus originally many years ago, actually our integrators are coming to us with fresh challenges about how they use the product. And that's how the courtroom business began for WolfVision. Obviously, courtrooms needed the same requirements, so ease of use, something intuitive for judges and courtroom staff to use, something very secure, something very robust. So a lot of the things that are requirements in education apply to other sectors. So that's been quite exciting to see develop. Okay, great. So obviously this year has been dominated by COVID-19. It's hard to avoid. It's affected all of us personally and in our work lives. What's been the impact on you and how you do your job?
To be honest, it wasn't for my workflow, for my work day, it wasn't a big issue because we are equipped quite well in all the meeting rooms with our SignUp systems, visualizers. And yeah, for sure, I worked more in short pants and t-shirt at home. But yeah, there was the shutdown in the beginning of the year here in Austria at our headquarters, and every member of our team, we picked up a SignUp and a visualizer, went home and connected everything. And the day after, we were able to work again. And still, not everybody's back in headquarters. R&D is developing directly from home. We are connected over Zoom or other web conferencing services. And yeah, collaboration is working. The whole workflows are digital now, and especially with the vSolution Link Pro, that gives us all, that's our management software, that gives us all the possibility to reach all the devices which are in the headquarters, even if we are at home or in another remote situation. And yeah, we can do the testing, everything feels quite the same as to sit at the desk here. For sure, the workflow and the communication has to be organized, but it works great. And yeah, we are going on with development and developing new features.
Great. So business as usual. That's excellent.
Yeah, not that much traveling, no no traffic jam. So, but we're good equipped for that, and we can see it's kind of the new normal at the moment.
Yeah. So you mentioned obviously you work very closely with customers and hold customer workshops throughout the year and engage with them remotely. And obviously over the past few months, customer requirements have started to change quite rapidly. So have you seen any changes in the market, how our existing customers are using SignUp and which particular features are they using?
Definitely. So we released the Zoom integration this year on ISE, just before the shutdown in Amsterdam. We have WebRTC on board and now also Teams. The web conferencing part is really important now. So you want to connect remote participants, students which are at home, invite professors into a university. So this whole web conferencing, we all know it's the new normal that we use this feature, and this is really what we see, that it's heavily used on our system. It's available for the SignUp Pure Pro, the SignUp Core, and the SignUp. And another thing, what we experienced is that the whole recording, lecture capture features are used quite heavily. Yeah, for sure. Now the sessions are recorded, students often at home, but also in the corporate market, trainings. Also here at Wolf Vision, when we do the trainings, maybe for the sales team, these are recordings now on a SignUp, and we are working quite close together, for example, with Panopto, which is a brilliant service for lecture capturing. And SignUp can directly upload to a Panopto server, and the whole session, which is in a meeting room or in a classroom, is recorded and pushed to the server, and it's available for all the other people which are not couldn't be in the session. And yeah, for sure, have all the features which Panopto gives us, like searching through the video files and things like that. But I would say that's the main features what we see which are used. And it's also quite interesting to see that we got a lot of calls, and I had a lot of calls with our customers, and they now have to redesign and rethink the workflows in a business field or in a university. And yeah, our system is quite flexible, because it was always in our mind to have all these interfaces in a SignUp, for example, WebRTC as a standard in a browser. So now we can see they are redesigning, and it's quite challenging, but it's good to work together with them in teams and find solutions, redesign the workflows, and yeah, just use it on the SignUp. There is no other hardware needed or something. It's just when it comes, for example, to these virtual classrooms, there was a big. Now it's getting more and more used, especially in this situation. And yeah, a lot of these services are based on WebRTC protocols, for example. So it's just activated on the system, and you're good to go. So it was interesting to be involved in redesigning and finding good solutions for this situation. And yeah, our customers are really happy that they have a flexible installation with SignUp.
Yeah, I think this year's been a shock to everyone, kind of on a personal level, but it has kind of accelerated a lot of innovation in a whole lot of different sectors, particularly education. So just so if there's any existing SignUp customers out there, who aren't using features like Zoom or WebRTC yet, so what do they need to do to activate those features on SignUp?
That's a cool thing. I have to say, it's just jump into the setting and activate the feature. So there is no licensing for that or any additional costs. Wolf Vision and the SignUp team, we are always developing and bringing the firmware every 10 weeks. And these firmware updates and features are for free. So let's say web conferencing was not really a part of the installation. It's just connecting a USB camera, a microphone, jump into the settings, activate, let's say, WebRTC or Zoom if you have a subscription with Zoom, and you're good to go. So everything is already in the system, just activate it and see the possibilities, and we can find ways to adapt the workflow to this
So if
presentation.
any customers have got particular challenges, they can obviously talk to myself and the other regional contacts for advice. And obviously, Andreas supports myself and my colleagues. So yeah, we're always keen to take on a challenge, whether that's redesigning a workflow, integrating with your existing technology, both for the short term as universities are preparing for the next academic year with possibly reduced capacities in teaching spaces, for example, but also longer term as we come out of the COVID-19 situation. So exciting times for SignUp, definitely.
Yep.
Okay, so in terms of SignUp's evolved a huge amount over the years. Lots of additional features have been added. There's regular firm dates and feature releases that are made available to customers. Can you give us a kind of sneak peek or some insight into the future and what we can expect to see?
Yes, for sure. As I said, every 10 weeks, normally there's a firmware update, a free update for all the systems. The next one will be in mid of July. There will be some really cool new features for the systems. One of it's called the mixed and endless bring your own device. This is an approach, or no, it's not an approach, it's a solution for SignUp, especially for SignUp Pure, but all the other systems, that the whole Windows control of the bring your own device windows and let's say digital whiteboard windows, whatever is used on the system is automatically now, because it's often not really useful to stand up in a meeting and control on a touch screen or with a device. It should be automatic. Everybody wants to connect to the screen, and it should go side by side in full screen automatically. So there is a new mode coming for all the SignUp members of the SignUp family, and this is one of the new features we're gonna release this summer. Said before, Teams integration. It is possible now also to use Teams on our system and to, for example, use your own device, for example, a smartphone or a tablet, to store your user credentials there. And just by a press on one button, you will automatically be logged into your Teams room or into your Teams meeting. And yeah, then you can even control the meeting over your tablet or your smartphone and share content and yeah, control the meeting over that. So Teams integration is another big thing. This will be available, as I said, the mixed and mode for bring your own device will be available for all our devices. The Teams integration will be available for SignUp Pure Pro and SignUp Core and SignUp. And another new feature, which is for the SignUp, is the next steps with our Panopto integration. So now it is possible to remotely manage the recordings and push directly these planned recordings to the system, and SignUp will then be the capture agent in your lecture hall, for example. So this will be implemented and gives a lot of comfort to integrate SignUp again, not just as a bring your own device and digital whiteboard and document and media player device, but now it's also a lecture capture agent for Panopto, and can receive these plannings. And not just recording, it's also possible then to webcast at the same time into the internet, that students which are not on campus can follow up the session.
Wow, yeah. So obviously my background is in higher education, and I used to run a lecture capture service. And I know certainly in the UK and around the world, lecture capture is growing hugely in popularity before COVID-19, and actually throughout the last few months, it's been an essential tool to move teaching online. So I certainly predict the number of recorded lectures is going to increase. Those universities that haven't adopted it yet almost certainly will. And when it comes to that tipping point where potentially a university switches to an opt-out policy, whereby they record all of their lectures by default, and that could be 40, 50, 60,000 recordings a year. At that point, you really need a robust system to manage that scheduling. So this is for me, from my background, this is a really key feature for us this summer. So certainly very excited to get our hands on that and kind of give that to our customers, because it's going to have a big impact if they're a Panopto user. So very excited to see that, along with Microsoft Teams, obviously hugely dominant within higher education, along with Zoom. So the fact that we've got this universal platform that plugs into all these solutions is hugely exciting. So yeah, thanks for sharing that with us, Andreas. That's a useful insight for everyone joining the virtual collaboration experience event today. I hope you've all found it useful and enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have an interview with Renee Gramer, Wolf Vision IT consultant, on what systems integrators need to understand about customer networks to successfully install remote collaboration solutions.
Hi, my name's Jonathan Owen. I'm a solutions architect with Wolf Vision based in the UK. Thanks for joining us for this session. I'm going to be talking to Renee Gramer, who's based at our head office in Austria, who's an IT consultant who supports customers and integrators across the globe. So this session is a kind of useful insight into Renee's role, what he sees on a typical day, and some of the challenges he helps customers and integration partners overcome. Thanks for joining us, Renee.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. No. Well, I'm an IT consultant for Wolf Vision. My role here at Wolf Vision is actually just helping customers, means technical support, extending and helping out in sophisticated environments, training, documentation of our products, trying to make sure that the sign-up, which offers a lot of functions and services, can actually be used in an optimum performance and an optimum kind of setting.
Okay, yeah, and I guess that includes quite a lot. So from the customer side, our integration partners and consultants all kind of coming to you for information about how to kind of implement the solution and then obviously activate the features that SignUp offers. So SignUp covers quite a lot. We've got a family of 4 products now. Our main SignUp is the most feature-rich. It covers everything from recording, streaming, video conferencing, webcasting. It's a really kind of dedicated AV appliance that sits on the network, so very network-centric. So with that, obviously, there's challenges around integrating SignUp into a customer's network and activating those features. So over the past few years, you must have seen a huge shift in the types of requests you receive and the kind of challenges that customers face.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I would put that into 2 phases. Phase 1 was actually just the beginning, where SignUp didn't offer that many services as it supports right now. Back then, it was, how does actually multicasting work, and what is actually streaming, and how can we use that within our maybe limited infrastructure environment. Whereas over time, I would say we are entered phase 2, where SignUp is offering way more possibilities when it comes to streaming. And secondly, I think the whole AV industry started to move more and more into AV over IP and using unicast, multicast streaming, and vice versa. I mean, back and forth and in all kinds of direction, using webcasting, using all these kinds of different, I'm not naming them, all these protocols. I don't want to bore you. All these different protocols to make sure that the content is being shared with just one, a couple, or with a lot of people to be able to see the content what's being presented on a SignUp. And based on that, from phase 1, where multicasting actually was kind of a mystery and how does it work, up until now, well, we would like to choose the optimal one for the best kind of performance to target all the audience that we have in mind who should see actually the content, like webcasting with on YouTube, or be now on Zoom to just have a group call, or just doing a plain old AirPlay session from a MacBook to SignUp, which is just sharing it with maybe a couple of people in the room.
Yeah, great. So prior to joining Wolf Vision, I used to work within the education sector, and I had lots of manufacturers come in and demonstrate products to me and package their new shiny box and make claims it could do lots of wonderful things. So there's one thing demonstrating a product in a kind of, as a demo, so running through the features without integrating it onto the network, and then there's taking that product and fully integrating it. So that's where kind of you and the support team in Austria come in to assist, whether that's the customer themselves, the AV integrator, or the consultant. Networking is a big issue, and obviously convergence between AV and IT is huge. It's kind of happened, it's all around us, but there's still challenges that we all face in terms of differing levels of knowledge, certainly around networking. when trying to integrate these appliances. So what do you face in terms of taking a sign up and putting it onto a customer's network? Do you see the same issues time and time again, or is there any kind of tips you could offer?
Yeah, there are kind of some of them. Maybe I might be able to share one or two. One is, how do you get a protocol which was supposed to just work within one single VLAN, which one single kind of closed network, and just make it available on a campus where you have maybe dozens of network, and make sure that a sign-up is being reachable from the other end and still works, and works with great quality. This is where we come in, where we have to recommend customers how they should set up the network, what actually is necessary to make it work. And the second one might be, how do you not just improve the quality of such a thing, of such a network, of AirPlay sessions. I mean, that's just UAE. More we realize, the bigger the installations, you don't want to have a perfect network where you see all your signups, because maybe you bought 500 signups. So in the past, it was just to make sure that maybe your signups, your 10, 20 signups, are visible on your iPhone. Now it's being with the signup being multiple times installed on your campus, to make sure that when you move from one faculty to the other, from one building to the other, that you only see the one that you actually want to, and not 500, just the 10 that are within the same building. These are the challenges that we now face. That in the beginning it was kind of we don't know how to use it, and we just tried, and now we know to use it, and we want to use it more. So,
and what's your probably a difficult question. So in terms of kind of your relationship with AV integrators and kind of installing the products, obviously there's lots of different ways you can configure a sign up on every type of network. So how do integrators kind of get the best out of the product, and kind of what process should they follow for a successful installation, which ultimately results in less support requests back to them, or even support requests directly to yourselves? Because I know we deal directly with many customers.
Okay, well, that's I hear that. I hear that quite often. How do I set it up? It usually, I mean, I'm sorry if I say so. It depends, but I think a safe bet actually is starting with the sign-up core or with the sign-up. For one reason, the sign-up itself offers sign-up and sign-up core. They do offer two Wi-Fi chips. Means two Wi-Fi interfaces, one dedicated for Miracast only. The benefit of having this second Wi-Fi chip inside gives you the possibility to run Miracast or wireless display on Windows, which still covers, I guess, 80-90% of all users worldwide, to work in wireless mode, I mean wireless direct mode, in peer-to-peer mode, and in MS Mice mode, the new mode, the extension of Microsoft, who also makes it possible to have the video stream run over the internal network and not just as a peer-to-peer connection. This gives you the possibility to use both at the same time, and it will always work. Whereas if you only have one Wi-Fi connection, you have to choose. It still works, but it's, I think, for a faster integration with less problems, because maybe you have, for example, your Windows build does not support MS Mice. You're running on a build which is not on 1703. Sorry for going into too much into details, but you face issues. You face more issues if you only have a single Wi-Fi chip included in your sign-up, or whatever product you're using for a Miracast.
Okay.
And yeah, so the access point mode, just have that enabled for your customers, and with your LAN connection, Ethernet connection, tie that to your existing network. I think that's the more or less the kind of the nicest, the most comfortable ones, where you end up with almost no issues. I mean, almost no issues for us doing global support. You won't face issues. We only hear of the bad ones because they have an issue, and usually it's some networking issue. If you have no issues, you never call because it just works.
Yeah, I guess the other thing too. So when I joined Wolf Vision this year, I completed the sign-up accreditation that our AV integrator partners complete to be an approved partner. So that's something I know that you've developed through our learning management system. So I'd certainly recommend that to any integrators installing sign-ups to kind of complete that, because that's a really good overview in terms of how to implement sign-up on the network and some of the kind of features sign-up offers. So I guess if people have kind of used the training materials that are out there and understand the product more, then I guess the number of support requests ultimately falls. So that's certainly worth looking at.
Yeah, that's a great advice. I think a lot of issues happens usually during first-time projects where partners are getting used to the product first, and you have to take care of audio, video out, whatever. And there's also a sign-up, and the sign-up consists of a lot of networking configurations. Means it's maybe extra time that you have to plan, and if you don't know how the product works, you have to call us. And we're happy if you call us, because we'd rather help you out before you run into issues than having maybe the product does not fit, maybe the product has been used but not properly configured. It's just wasting a lot of time and energy for all of us. So if you know more about the product, that's way easier to just finish a project, not just on time, but with a very happy and satisfied customer.
Yeah,
I would say that 90% of the cases that we do are first time installations. Once it runs, we do testing, our stuff in house. Yeah. It's not just we don't develop and then send it out. We have a kind of rigorous testing. So
another couple of points, I guess. So René's produced lots of documentation. So on a couple of topics specifically. So one is third-party controller integration. So using the sign-up API and interfacing it with third-party controllers from AMX, Questron, for example. There's a huge amount of resource online for that, so I'd certainly recommend reading that if you can. And the other kind of key point is, so René recently recorded some webinars as part of our webinar series, which is now available on the YouTube channel. So that covers a more in-depth look to Miracast specifically, and kind of practical tips on third-party control. So you've got the option of reading the manual, which is very detailed, and then you've got a webinar to back that up, so you can kind of experiment in your own time. So two tips there, and useful resources to check out. So moving on then, René. So obviously lots of challenges around networks. Every network can be different. I think we're quite proud of the fact that we can configure our devices in lots of different ways and make them work on any network, however complicated or simple that network may be. I guess the other key point when you're talking to customers is security. It's becoming more and more important. We read about it in the news daily, it seems. So what do we do at Wolf Vision to tackle security?
Well, we do a lot actually, and sometimes actually it gives us, or in other words, let's just rephrase me that because I say something, I don't want to say something wrong or stupid. Security, I think, is one of the most important things, and it is one of the things that has the biggest priority. So safety comes always first when it comes to collaboration. You're sharing all these information over a network, and you can never be sure who's in between, who might be able to encrypt something, who might be able to just have a look into that. There's, I know, countless possibilities on how to hack a system, but whereas whenever we send out something, we want to make sure you get the option to make it as secure as possible. So, for instance, AirPlay has its own, based on protocol standard already, encryption on its content itself. You are able to encrypt the data connection. I mean, just the wireless or the wired connection. The whole thing, nothing is being stored on a sign-up, so you cannot just put data on it. The firmware that is being included is is signed off with a signature, so you cannot just use any kind of firmware. The drive has been encrypted, if you like. You can just leave it unencrypted, but if you take care of its security, you can encrypt it. It won't have any effect on performance. It might be a little bit bigger loading time when you start it up, but that's it. You are able to even, you might have noticed you are able to control the SANAP using a browser. Everything is based on HTML. So that means you are able to restrict the interfaces where you can access a SANAP on which interface. So a lot of all these thinkings, whenever we come up with a new feature, we also have to think, is it secure? Can it be hacked? So we do regularly get penetration tested by universities, organizations. I don't want to name any of them, but we challenge or we just welcome them. And whoever finds if it's still possible to find a flaw, please share it with us. We do everything to make sure the sign-up system runs in a very, very secure way. I mean, it's as I said, it's a Linux system. Only services and applications that are being in use for a SANAP are installed, nothing else. So it's kind of restricted. So we make sure that everything not just runs very performant because we don't have any access applications installed, but just the ones that we control.
Great. And I guess there's lots it's a big topic, security, and we've got a document on our website which kind of outlines our kind of security implementation as well. So lots of reading materials there online as well. That's useful. Okay, so going back to support again, Rennie, and kind of things you're seeing at the moment. So have you seen any change from customers or partners in terms of the types of requests for support that you've received in the past 3 months? Obviously, a lot's changed. Lots of people are working online. People are using our products in different ways. How's that had an impact on the support you're giving?
Well, I would say people have always been very creative when it comes to sign-up because it offers all these functionalities and you can set it up in so many different ways. What I noticed, what I do notice is that the questions that become more precise. Before it was multicasting, as I said, is not working. Now it's something like, it's actually great, multicasting's working, everything's fine. Can we do something about, in the V-solution matrix, for example, can you do something to improve this or that with this and that function? So it's kind of a way more precise, and you realize that customer made a lot of experiences with the sign-up already, and they don't want to have the daily problems that AirPlay is not running, and did it ever work with your product kind of questions, moved more into like, we would like actually to reduce latency on AirPlay. Do you have any tips to reduce, to make the network faster? Things like that. So it goes more into details, and the questions are becoming more specific. And you can realize the experience that the AVI industry as a whole already made, so that you don't have to deal with the basics anymore. It's now just going directly into deeper levels.
Right. And yeah, certainly in my experience in the past few months in the UK, lots of requests for Zoom integration, Microsoft Teams, WebRTC. Obviously, people are being forced to move their teaching online, reduce teaching capacity in rooms. So it means they sort of stream out to students in other parts of campus or remotely at home. So that's certainly what I've observed in the last couple of months.
Yeah, that's obviously, yeah. I hear that too, but I think it's not a new function for Zoom is, but webcasting, sharing content over Wowza or YouTube has been on a sign up for I would say many years now. So, but now it has become more kind of a concentrated topic because everybody realized the positive that some of the functions have already been put into sign up, and now they start using it. So when it comes to a sign up demonstration, usually you have to think, what do I leave out? And not because if you activate everything, it could be overwhelming for you because you have streaming, you have recording, you have annotation, you have a whiteboard, you have a video player, you have an office player, you have a browser, and I could go on for maybe 5 to 10 minutes without even going into deeper details, like when it comes to streaming, what kind of streamings that we do support. So when
yeah, so I was going to say, in terms of sign up, I get that there's possibly a misconception that sign up's just another BYD appliance, whereas BYD is one small part of a whole suite of features. So it's a central networked appliance that supports recording, streaming, lecture capture, webcasting. Yes, we do a very good job at wirelessly presenting from any device over the native protocols, but that is just one element, and therefore there's a huge amount of configuration options available.
Well, we have to make sure that, for example, if you're using Miracast and somebody's just calling in from somewhere else, or somebody being present without any computer, just a USB with thumb drive, or maybe his own cloud login, all of them can participate and work together on the same platform.
I guess
kind of a local collaboration space. So that's
I guess sign up's quite unique in that respect. So obviously, bring your own device is a well-known term now, but I guess bring no device is something that sign up supports, because you can you heard it here first. Okay.
Well, you still have to remember your user ID and password, I guess.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've covered off kind of some of the challenges that René faces on a daily basis, what's changed in recent months, what you can all do to kind of learn more and gain more information. I hope you've all found this a useful session. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the Virtual Collaboration Experience event. It's a great program. So thank you for joining us. Thank you, René, for your time, and I'll let you get back to dealing with our customers.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Coming up next at 4 o'clock, we have buying, financing, and leasing strategies for funding your project in a turbulent economy with Kevin Spillane on the special content stage. We have funding your higher education projects with grants with Rebecca Jean-Baptiste and George Hahalis. And then we have in the business stage at 4 o'clock, managing collaboration technology in a software-defined world with Mark Jones, Michael Dannenberg, Frank Pelkoffer, and Rob Moss. Enjoy. Coming up next, we have an interview with René Gramer, WolfVision IT consultant, on what systems integrators need to understand about customer networks to successfully install remote collaboration solutions.
Hi, my name's Jonathan Owen. I'm a solutions architect with WolfVision based in the UK. Thanks for joining us for this session. I'm going to be talking to René Gramer, who's based at our head office in Austria, who's an IT consultant who supports customers and integrators across the globe. So this session is a kind of useful insight into René's role, what he sees on a typical day, and some of the challenges he helps customers and integration partners overcome. Thanks for joining us, René.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Well, I'm an IT consultant for WolfVision. My role here at WolfVision is actually just helping customers, means technical support, extending and helping out in sophisticated environments, training, documentation of our products, kind of trying to make sure that the sign-up, which offers a lot of functions and services, can actually be used in an optimum performance and an optimum kind of setting.
Okay, yeah, and I guess that includes quite a lot. So from the customer side, our integration partners and consultants all kind of coming to you for information about how to kind of implement the solution and then obviously activate the features that sign-up offers. So sign-up covers quite a lot. We've got a family of 4 products now. Our main sign up is the most feature rich. It covers everything from recording, streaming, video conferencing, webcasting. It's a really kind of dedicated AV appliance that sits on the network, so very network centric. So with that, obviously there's challenges around integrating sign up into a customer's network and activating those features. So over the past few years, you must have seen a huge shift in the types of requests you receive and the kind of challenges that customers face.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I would put that into two phases. Phase one was actually just the beginning, where SANAP didn't offer that many services as it supports right now. Back then, it was how does actually multicasting work, and what is actually streaming, and how can we use that within our maybe limited infrastructure environment. Whereas over time, I would say we are entered phase two, where SANAP is offering way more possibilities when it comes to streaming. And secondly, I think the whole AV industry started to move more and more into AV over IP and using unicast, multicast streaming, and vice versa. I mean, back and forth and in all kinds of direction, using webcasting, using all these kinds of different. I'm not naming them, all these protocols. I don't want to
businesses figure out how to finance their projects, helping resellers become more liquid, have more liquid assets available to move projects forward, and finding just smart funding decisions that he can share with people all the time. So he's always been eager to help. And when I knew that we were going to do the VCX conference, I said, Kevin, come talk to us about how to make things work more smoothly from a financial standpoint. So, well, we've got an amazing conversation to be had today. It's going to be very casual, but right off the bat, Kevin, I want to talk to you about, there's a lot of misunderstandings and misconceptions about what does financing entail. And I like to just, let's get all that out on the table and clear the air, because a lot of people say, that's not for me. I'm never going to do that. That's a bad investment, bad choice. So what are some of the biggest misconceptions about funding right off the bat?
Well, let's start out with funding. So, I mean, there's leasing, there's financing, then there's, I all encompass it with funding. So when you have your video technology, if you want to hold on to that forever, let's talk about financing. If you want to talk about upgrading it within 3 years from now, 4 years from now, let's talk about leasing it. So to me, there's no, I use those terms interchangeably. However, the buyer, the owner may not, those decision makers, they may look at terms like leasing, like you're leasing your copier, where you get that copier, you sign a 5-year contract, they wheel one in, and then they wheel one out in 5 years from now, and you have that perpetual payment, okay? Or we have financing, where basically you have that for a set period of time, and then you own it at the end. So I think there's a little bit of misconception that leasing and financing they're not the same thing, which is true. But like I have people say to me, "Oh, I don't want to lease that. I want to own it. I want to finance it." Say, "All right, let's finance it," and then have the dollar purchase option at the end, and that meets their requirements in order to make that acquisition. So I think that's a big piece. Okay. So what's some other reasons why? Okay, we talk about upgrading the technology. Okay, so if you upgrade your technology every 3 years, every 4 years ritually, then yeah, that's great. Okay, then fair market value is perfect for you. Now, when you're dealing with things like, oh well, I can get money through my bank. Okay, but the big question is, okay, well, at what cost? If you're only getting $100,000 system, the bank may want to, the bank is going to look at you and say, all right, well, okay, is there any implied personal guarantees on the checking account that you opened up? The bank may say, okay, we'll finance that for you, but we're only going to do 80%. You got to still have to take 20% out of your cash reserves. Whereas a funding source like myself, we're able to do 100%. Okay, which is another big benefit. So besides,
so you're saying the bank. So we're kind of diving right in. So right off the bat, you're saying banks are going to want to withhold certain funds back, and so they're going to tie up some of your liquid capital, or your liquidity. But you're saying certain funding options don't touch that. So that might be a misconception. People are going to say, well, I'm going to have to set aside a bunch of money right now to involve myself in any kind of leasing or financing.
Precisely. Like, so you might have to do a 20% down payment. Whereas you use a funding source like myself, where there would be no down payment, there would be no payment. So it's not like one payment of 60 due at the time of signing. We may even, so the first payment would be 30 days after it's been installed. But on top of that, we also may approve you with 3 months at $0. So now you can acquire the technology you need, have it implemented, and in 3 months from now, when it starts earning you more revenue, now all of a sudden you start paying for it. So you're truly paying as you go.
Well, and I think that you kind of bumped into another one of those big misconceptions, is that potentially it's going to add costs. So you're going to, you're using someone else's money, you're going to end up having to pay. So, there's a cost to buy something over 5 years instead of having to buy it today, is the thought, right? But that's not necessarily true. And we'll talk about that. Well, let's get into, you kind of started touching some of the other topics next. So let's just talk about the rest of the benefits of financing projects. So one, we talked about the fact that it kind of leaves some reserves in your own coffers so that you're not being cash strapped as you're trying to move forward with whatever your technology projects entail. What are some other benefits for considering financing something, as opposed to either A, buying it all outright right now, or B, buying it in stages over 4, 5, 6, 7 years. And to put this in context, a lot of our customers, let's just lay this out, their challenge is they live by life cycle. So they do things in rollouts a lot of times. So it may be that they buy it all up front, but higher education in particular, and then a lot of businesses, they're moving through their campuses in stages. So maybe they need to invest $1 million total, but they allocate $200,000 budget a year. And so it's going to take them 5 years to actually do that complete refresh. The problem is that technology changes a lot in 5 years, and it makes it almost darn impossible to standardize, because the technology you want to put in 3 years from now, you can't buy today, but what you're buying today, you won't be able to get 3 years from now. So inevitably, if you're doing it in stages like that, your rooms are always somewhere disparate room to room. They're dissimilar. And so it's obviously preferable. If you could just have all the same technology in every meeting space today, that'd be the best. You have one type of solution, you're training your staff and teams on how to use it, one user interface, it's all done. And then we're going to talk about you get all the economies of scale of buying in bulk on the front end that usually pays for the financing that if you were, as opposed to buying it in stages. So let's go in there. In that context, other benefits of financing. One,
sure, like you said,
makes them viable. Yeah. Projects become viable today. Maybe they weren't viable before. What else?
Well, like I said, plus we're also spending today's dollars, because a dollar today is not going to be worth $1 in 5 years from now. But I think it's so important we covered, which is you get everybody on the same platform. So if you have, the IT person, whoever's in charge of training, they know what today's technology is, and they teach that to all the users, as opposed to you have this one today, and 3 years from now all of a sudden you have to get the latest and greatest, because everything changes now. So now all of a sudden that IT person needs to now understand this and then train this person, this professor, these groups, because that's who it is. However, let's be honest now, in the real world, people are going to use those rooms, but I was trained 2 years ago on this platform, this version of the same platform, but now the newer model. Yeah. So by funding everything up front, it makes it easier, because it makes it easier for everybody, the users, the IT training people, as well as, let's be honest now, the audience. So now we're not going to have a 10-minute delay because we have to call Frank over on IT to come down to say, oh, wait, let me set you up properly here, and you'll lose a little bit of time.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. So we're talking about one of the costs that we're dealing with by not having standardized technology in all our meeting spaces is business. I mean, it's the bottom line. We're wasting time. We're not as effective. We're not as productive. Things are. We're paying a lot of salary overhead to have people sitting around waiting for stuff to work because they don't know how to use it. So yeah, there's a lot of other costs that are kind of in the machine that it's hard to track them, but they're in there. So from the end user side, it allows you to get the technology you want faster, and frees up your finances to do other things with them potentially, and it may actually not cost you anymore to do it this way, but you could actually get everything day one. So the idea is sort of that I had $200,000. That's enough to make an annual payment on $1 million worth of equipment. So I get all the $1 million day one, but I still pay $200,000 a year, something like that. And obviously it works on all kinds of scales. While I'm on the topic, what's the minimum dollar amount that you see funding for? I'm just kind of curious.
Down to $1,000. I mean, it's
Wow.
maybe
Okay.
It's a single laptop, but
Right.
then from there we fund multi-million dollars.
Now
So
let's now jump over to the reseller side. Okay.
yes.
So
Yep.
resellers also have challenges regarding financing. A big project comes along, customer wants to buy $1 million worth of equipment to install in their facility, and the reseller's got some challenges with that. Somebody has to order all the equipment, so the reseller has to have the credit to do all that. And then there's some dangers. I mean, I know great companies that actually went under because they floated the cost of a large project, and then something happened. There was a major natural disaster, or the company that they sold and integrated all the equipment for goes under, bankrupts out of nowhere, like what Wow Air that happened last year, just all of a sudden, boom, overnight, the whole airline's gone. Well, I mean, what if you were building out their corporate headquarters? You'd put $500,000, $1 million worth of equipment in there, and you're just not getting paid. I mean, it causes certain companies to become instantly insolvable, and they just go under because they tried to finance a project they couldn't carry the burden. The other thing is, a lot of times resellers struggle with getting paid quickly. So, okay, maybe it's only a couple $100,000. You got it. I mean, you're strapping your financial resources to fund it. Like, if you're using credit lines with your major distributors or whatever, or even if you're using your cash reserve, you're putting pressure on your own company. But now you're waiting on the aging of it. 30 days, 45, 60. If you're working with the government or the state, you're squeezing yourself every time you take on a big project like that, right?
Absolutely. I mean, to me, certain things that we can do. So with the actual cost of the project, we can do like a thing, what's called a pay proceeds letter. So whoever the supplier is, okay, if it's coming through distribution, if it's being sold directly, we can send a purchase order not only to the vendor for the amount, but also we can buy it on behalf of the vendor and make that payable to the distribution partner or to the direct partner. So that way they're covered that way. So that way they're not tied up their credit line.
Okay. End user commits to make the purchase and commits to buy. The check gets sent to the reseller. Reseller forwards the check or makes the payment to the manufacturers with basically your money. That's been guaranteed by the end user. So the reseller gets the money they need to buy and whatever, but they're not even having to pay their own money. It's actually you are the source of that financing, right? Based on the end user's commitment to move forward.
So that's part of it.
It gets shipped to the end user, and then the end user starts making payments to you.
Exactly. And the other thing is some vendors have done in the past where they carry their own paper, and that's when, especially with bankruptcy or something like that, where a big client that all of a sudden can't afford that payment anymore, and for whatever reason, that they went belly up all of a sudden. So instead of the vendor taking that risk on the customer paying back, we take care of that. We do the funding, and then the customer pays us. The vendor gets paid day one. Okay, so that's huge. Okay, because the most important thing is in those situations where vendors carry the paper, one inflates their balance sheet. So now all of a sudden they need to go out to their bank and say, hey, I need more capital. And they say, well, what's going on here? And now all of a sudden everything gets scrutinized. So instead, the paper is on my balance sheet instead of the vendor. So now all of a sudden, when the vendor installs everything, they get paid day one. So now they're made whole day one, as opposed to, all right, so we'll do this here to this project, but the customer paying back over the next 4 years. So, but we make, they become whole. And profitability kicks in on month, 13 or 14.
Well, there's another one of those misconceptions. So I think logically you say, well, wait a minute, if that end user is establishing some kind of a commitment to pay arrangement with you, where do I make money in this thing? Like, how, do I have to reveal my profit margins to customers? Do I need to, am I kind of being cut out of the deal? But there's two things that I didn't know until we'd had conversations in the past. The first of which being that the reseller gets paid immediately, like you said. So all the costs for that reseller project are part of the proposal. The end user is just committing to buy it, but instead of sending the payment to you and you have to buy everything, the payment basically goes to the financing company. Then the financing company sends the exact same amount of money that the reseller is expecting to the reseller. So the reseller still gets paid the same amount. Difference being, instead of having to wait 30, 60, 90 days of aging or indefinitely, right? Or like if the customer pays, the reseller gets paid with significant token payment day one, and then the rest of it 10 days after. You're not longer than I think you said everything gets funded within usually a week and a half.
Not even within 24 hours, 48 hours. It all depends on when we get all the information in. So that's huge. And when you have that's by not tying up the vendor's cash with these larger projects, because that's one of the big advantages, frankly, for the vendor is they can sell larger projects. That's the big thing.
Well, they can, and not even sweat it because they're not having to stretch their own credit line to do it. The other thing is it also affords additional protection to the end user, right? So basically the way it works is the end user commits, okay, I'm going to move forward with this project, but I don't want those funds getting released till the project's completed, right? So it's not like they're making a payment to the reseller is holding the payment. They had to make a significant 60%, 70% down payment, and then they're on the line. And if the reseller doesn't commit, it's like, well, now they're fighting to get their money back because the reseller just failed. Instead, you know, the financing company in some ways almost kind of acts like escrow a little bit, but not escrow, but it's a lockbox. Basically, you know, there's a check until the end user says, okay, the job is done, I'm happy, go ahead and submit payment, and I'll start making payments to you. It also gives them additional protections where they don't have to outlay, you know, money out front and make payments to a reseller that may or may not come good on the commitment, right?
Yeah, most vendors have, you know, do come through with those commitments. But that being said, it's like you said, $70,000 for a $100,000 project. Okay, the last time I had $70,000 next to me, I was a bank teller. Okay, I mean, it's people don't hold on to that. Okay, it's amazing because people will say, well, I have end user customers that will say, hey, can you fund this deal for me? And meanwhile, you know, they're getting their product from this distributor, this channel partner, this person, you know, this company here. And meanwhile, they have sources, but the sales rep assumes the customer has the cash. Oh, it's not a big deal. They just cut us a check. Well, instead they say, hey, Kevin, here's 5 invoices. Can you pay X, you know, this pay my company, the company that I bought it from? Sure thing. Have a nice day.
Well, and so I'm going to say spoiler alert. So this is sounding pretty good. So if I'm a reseller or an end user gets all the technology they want day one, their systems get more standardized and everything's delivered. And they're not going to pay any more than they were going to pay to buy it outright anyway. How do I say such a crazy statement? Well, you know, you can push back on your vendor partners a little bit and say, hey, I know I was going to buy $200,000 worth of equipment. What kind of additional discount can you give me if I buy $1 million worth of equipment? Right? Can I get 10% discount? Can I get 5%? Whatever it is, it's going to pretty much pay for the financing. So, yeah. And this is a playbook I took from Joe Way at USC. That's how they paid for their whole university campus upgrade by basically saying, look, if we stop this rollout game and do this annual, you know, keep chunking away at it, and we just go to all our vendors and say, hey, what if I do a quote for 400 units? How much can you sharpen your pencil? They saved so much money by buying everything at once than they would have if they bought it in stages. And so we're just playing that same card.
And to be honest with you, you know, one more thing is big advantage for the end user is we're asset driven, as in where we get this, you know, serial numbers. So we'll be able to, you know, if you have multiple locations. So now all of a sudden, you know, what assets are at this location, what assets are at that location. So that's going to be huge.
You're tracking it because you care, because it's basically it's just like when somebody sells a car or finances a car, like they want to know that their investment's protected. You're saying that you add an extra layer of organization or sort of inventory asset management because you're keeping track of it as well, since you know you're still kind of owning the paper on it.
And for the very large accounts, we have a dedicated team that's going to be just servicing them and, you know, X amount of other clients. So if you have that $1 million deal, they're going to be calling a specific person, and they'll be able to work out things like invoicing. What do they need on the invoice to make sure that it gets paid timely? So that way there's no issues from the end user perspective, as well as, you know, we get paid timely. You know, we have a vested interest in that, of course. So those are the little things that can go a long way. It's all about delighting the customer.
All right, so let's talk about our 2 prime funding options, right? We've got leasing with fair market value, and then we've got financing the lease with a $1 buyout. Can you explain what is involved in these 2 primary funding options?
So I look at the fair market value as being more of the tech refresh. The customer that wants to get that $1 million package now, or maybe it's $100,000, maybe it's a $50,000 system, but they want to be able to swap it out in 3 years from now and get the latest and greatest technology, or maybe it's in 4 years. Okay, so those customers, they're specific when it comes to their technology needs.
And their primed objective is to be a little bit more hands-off, turnkey. Like, I just want every 4 years the new stuff to get put in. And I don't want it to be oh no, I need more technology and I didn't plan around budgeting for that. Instead, this has become just one of the bills we pay. Every month we pay this bill, or every year we pay this bill. And in exchange for that, we know we are going to get the newest, latest, greatest every X amount of period of time. And so it allows them to kind of build a business plan around that instead of just, a bunch of kids always coming to mom and dad saying, can I get some more money, please? The ice cream man's out the front today. And then everything's always a big question of will you or will you not? Is there money for this project or not? Oh, we didn't budget it. Maybe next year. Instead, everything becomes so much more systematic and formulaic. Yeah.
Precisely. So the fair market value has a couple different options at the end. So if they want to, they can buy it for its then fair market value. The only question is, what is it going to be? And unfortunately, I don't know what's going to be. We're going to be worth in that 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years, whenever you decide, when you want to do that. So I don't know today what it's going to be worth tomorrow. So, but that is an option for them to buy it out. Okay. Another option is they can return the equipment back to us, and then then they can enter into a new contract. Okay. The third option, I don't like this option, is they can return it back to us and say, hey, thanks so much. We've used it for the last 3 years and have a nice day, and not do a new lease with us. That is their option. Okay. And then the fourth option is they can renew it for a short period of time or a period of time. So let's just say you have a commercial business that wants to get their new video system. Okay. But they also know they're moving into a new location next year. So instead of buying it out for that price, whatever that is, in 3 years from now, 4 years from now, and they don't have to, now they can just renew for a year period. So that way they can get into the next, or maybe they want to get that next generation of equipment, but the really cool stuff is coming in a year from now. So they have that flexibility. And with that, when we have those year-long plus contracts, the extensions, we discount it from the original payment. So today your payment is based on what the product is worth today. So in 3 years from now, okay, the equipment's not going to be worth what it was 3 years ago. So now you might sign a year or two extension, but that's based on what it's worth year 3 going into year 4.
So, okay, let me see if I can wrap my head around that. So what you're basically saying is that in this option, one of the reasons is that if you're not just doing a $1 buyout and now you're going to own it at the end, which is basically just like making payments on a car or whatever, you are going to own it. You're just, instead of paying it up all up front, you just pay it over 5 years or whatever. But in the opposite side, where we're doing the leasing with fair market value, it's so much more flexible. Like I could kind of buy something for my conference room today, and then tomorrow decide I'm going to move buildings. I don't need the conference room anymore, and sort of send it back, and then go, oh, but instead I need this other technology at the new place, and then sort of somehow convert and roll over the money you've made. And it tethers into what the fair market value is of the products at the time, and then you get the new stuff. And so it's a very flexible kind of almost take what you need and renegotiate the payment, sort of a business strategy. Is that a fair description of it?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, $100,000 system today in 3 years from now is probably going to be worth $25,000, $30,000, on the secondary market. So why keep on paying based on $100,000 for the next two years? So now you pay based on what it's worth. Is it worth $20,000, $30,000, whatever that magic number is? Like I said, we'll see what it is in 3 years from now. I mean, give you an example, from my past life, phone systems. When a customer, when all of a sudden a few years, 15 years ago, people had, they had, digital analog phones. And now all of a sudden everything went to voice over IP. So those, so all of a sudden it was like, that the equipment's not worth as much when the technology is being phased out. Or like Windows 10. If somebody was on a Windows 7 platform for their, for the $100,000 worth of laptops in year 3, well, guess what? The lease company like ourselves, we thought we would make, we can resell those Windows 7 laptops today for X dollars. Well, now they're basically paperweights, frankly. So we take that risk of obsolescence instead of the customer, which is another big piece.
So that's okay. So that's another one. So that, if you're doing a buyout, you take depreciation on the product. There's a tax benefit to the product kind of aging and decaying in your own hands. Whereas if you go with the more OpEx approach with the fair market value, you don't really care. I mean, the good news is if it's depreciating or not depreciating, if it's losing its value, your payments are getting adjusted to reflect it. But no skin off your back. You're just kind of paying what needs to be paid to have the technology you need today, no more, no less, kind of a thing. And it's very it's a moving target. So as your needs change, your payment changes, something like that.
Exactly. And then there's other options also available, like rental, where they may rent the product for a fixed period of time. So that's another option. If there's, we also can write 100% software transactions. So
let's talk about that one. So the next panel discussion I'm on is, something like managing technology in a software-defined world. That's happening as we speak. And actually, the conversation I just had with 3 major consultants, they just said everything's moving to software. Well, software is interesting. The scalability requirements of it. I mean, you might have 1,000 employees who all need the software right away. And it sounds like there's different types of software. Yeah. So let's talk about that. Tell us what you can do from a software standpoint. What are people using financing services for software?
Sure thing. So, I mean, whether it's a perpetual license or software as a service contract, we still write everything basically on a installment payment agreement. That's how we would do that, where the customer, has the, they have basically, let me just rewind back to the previous chapter. We talked about the dollar purchase option.
Okay.
That dollar at the end represents the title changing hands. So, your payment is $100,000, and then that last payment is $100,001. And that dollar represents the title passing to the customer. In an installment payment agreement, the customer licenses are going to be in the customer's name. So they don't have to pay that dollar at the end. So now what we do is we can either do, perpetual license that we could pay for that software that's going to be upgraded whenever that license is, perpetual license needs to be refreshed. Or we could convert an annual subscription and make that into a monthly payment. So if your vendor, if your software supplier has a software license that's multi-year, say, let's just say 3 years, we can pay that vendor up front for those 3 years, and then the customer would make us pay us back over a 36-month term, as opposed to going to the customer and saying, hey, pay me for 3 years of software up front.
Interesting. Okay, so at least on that one, all right, the industry's become accustomed to recurring payment models from whether it's your cell phone provider or your energy bill. So we're making payments, but it could be that a company says, hey, I will give you this software system, this amazing new management tool, or this new database, or CRM, or something like Oracle, or one of these major Epic type software companies, and it's only going to cost you $100,000. And you're like, well, do you take payments? Can you bill me monthly? And they say, no, we have to pay for our development on the front end. It's in that sense, it's like a project. You can enable that kind of a software investment to become monthly payments, basically converting, that 5-year, that purchase of that software utility into a 5-year monthly payment kind of strategy. Yeah.
Certainly. Yeah, a lot of customers do choose that because, like we said before, that $70,000 is not in the drawer. Next to, petty cash doesn't have that kind of money.
Yeah. So you can also pay finance for the development of new software. So let's say you had this brilliant idea. I don't know. You want to come up with a web conferencing software that's going to change the world and everyone's going to use it when we have a pandemic. You can even pay, hire someone to do software development like that, and then make monthly payments on it. Anything, and you can buy. I mean, that's a possibility. There's just so much you can do with it. Again, it's a lot more than just making a lease payment and then sending.
Exactly, and everybody, last I remember seeing, it was like almost 80% of small medium business do turn to funding companies like ours in order to pay for things. Okay, I've had people say to me, "Oh, well, hey, my customer, they pay cash for everything." I'm like, how do you know that? Oh, they have all these great trucks outside. And I'm like, really? You don't think they don't finance those trucks? So you just
That's
can't
right.
assume that with the customers.
So we're going to turn and have one more, like, just amazing part of the conversation. But probably we should have started with this one because it's so interesting. This matter of AV as a service and bundling things into your monthly payment. So we'll start with the first. Right now, when an AV contractor or a systems contractor installs a system, the total quote to the customer includes a lot of things. There's the actual purchase of the hardware. There's the installation of the hardware, the programming, the configuring of it, the design of the system itself. Maybe there's technical support built into it. Maybe there's some training built into it. And these are all a lot of times line itemed out in that quote. And then the end user makes a massive payment to the systems contractor as a down payment, and then you're good to go. All of that can be bundled into the monthly payment instead. So, Mr. Customer, it's $100,000 for you to get this fancy new, training room system, or it's $1,200 a month, right, for X amount of months. And then the option is, and then we're going to give you the coolest, newest thing. You're going to renew, right? Or, you'll pay us X amount and you'll just own the rest, or something like that. So it allows them to bundle not just the hardware, though, into that payment. It's all the other parts of the project are now part of that monthly payment, right? Everything gets financed, correct? Or funded.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. 100%. Like I said, I mean, because, yeah. And as one, it gives the customer, because that's what it comes down to is you don't want a customer to say, well, you know what? Do we really need the training? Do we really need this? Do we really need that?
Or how about this? A competitor comes along and says, well, you really don't need that vendor. You should be working with me instead. Why don't you let me do this next conference room? Right? Instead, it's like, well, sorry, I have all my conference rooms have been committed to this vendor, and it's all in there. I mean, I pay X amount of dollars a month, and that other vendor takes care of everything. I mean, it's crazy.
And also,
like, you can't. It's much more difficult for someone to just like drop you like a bad habit if their entire technology plan has been wrapped into a 5-year payment agreement, and all of your service and support is built into that payment agreement, right?
Yeah, exactly. Let's just say 3 years from now, that the enterprise customer changes their CIO or their IT director.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're going to know they're going to have a payment. They're going to say, well, hey, we're paying X dollars per month for it, and then they come back and they'll do their due diligence. We'll say, hey, well, you've been working with this vendor over here, whereas opposed to, and I tell vendors all the time, that's one option. Or the other option is, all right, well, hey, we got the video platform from 3 years ago. Okay, that's nice. I have my brother-in-law is in the industry. I can now give him a call. So it keeps that vendor tied to the customer. That's the true essence of a sticky customer.
Well, and this is the way it's going. I mean, we talk about in our industry like AV as endpoints, where the AV system is getting more and more simple. In a lot of cases now, it's becoming a computer, or it's becoming a simple USB Logitech camera, microphone, speaker combo or something. That's the only conference room technology going in. Or the AV system for us, like a sign app, is going into a university setting. It's one device. Well, it seems like this whole conversation is out in left field, but not so much. I mean, I held like my cell phone, which is getting, disappeared in my magic trick here. That's actually impressive. But how much am I paying Verizon actually to take my tech support calls? Do I know how much, when I purchase this phone, is being allocated every month for telephone support? How much am I paying for firmware updates? Or how much am I paying for, the service itself? How much is my actual payment every month for the hardware? The truth is, I don't know. But I'm paying for all these other services in there. They're just all bundled into my monthly payments. I don't know. So if somebody came to me and said, hey, I know you bought your hardware from Verizon, but why don't you let me do your tech support? Why don't you let me do the firmware updates for you? If you could say, I don't know what you're talking. It's all in the payment. I don't know. I don't even know how much I'm paying for that stuff. Well, I'll make you a better deal. My programming is cheaper than. I don't even know how much I'm paying for that. I don't know. It's the same thing with AV systems. When AV is an endpoint, why don't you bundle all of your other professional services into that one payment? And so it's a whole lot harder when the other company comes up and says, well, I can be less expensive on installation or programming or whatever. It's like, I don't even know how much I'm paying for that anyway. I don't know. I'm only paying $500 a month. That's just what I pay. Something like that. Yeah.
Totally understand that.
All right. Let's
put
flip
in
over
this
to
conversation
AV as a service then. The other part that was a shocker to me, almost knocking out of my chair the other day, was that so AV as a service, if I wanted to sell my product to a customer, I'm going to sell you a whole conference room system, and I'm going to bundle all my other services and all that into the one monthly payment. You can even finance that. So basically, the way an AV service contract used to work, when you and I first started talking to each other, I, as the service provider, would have to buy that equipment. And then basically, I own the equipment. I'm making a payment on it. And then I'm giving you that equipment to use in your conference room. And then you're making a monthly payment back to me. Now, as long as you keep making your monthly payment back to me, I can make my payment to the guys I owe since I bought all that technology. That's the way it used to work. And I eventually won't even be made whole unless you keep that equipment, don't go bankrupt, don't drop me like a bad habit, and don't lose it over the next 36 months or 48 months. And eventually, if you keep making payments to me, then I get to pay off the people that I owe, my vendors, and I make a little money in the process. And that creates a problem because the salesperson that sold that project, how do they get paid? They don't even know if they're going to work for this company for 4 years. The company for whom they work doesn't get paid. They're not made whole for 4 years. So how do I pay the sales guy either? What you told me the other day is that this also works with that model where the end user says, okay, I'm going to buy this equipment from you and I'm going to make a payment for 36 months. They commit to that. They sign papers that are delivered by CIT. CIT takes the whole payment amount for the 36 months or 48 months, whatever that customer was going to pay you if they kept paying you. The whole amount gets delivered in a bow to the AV service provider day one. So they just got paid for 4 years of service they haven't even provided yet. And they pay off their bets. So they have no debt risk to offer these bundled packages as a monthly service. Is that right?
It is right. Yeah. We have to, go through the process of underwriting certain vendors for these kinds of programs, but absolutely. Other vendors like to do things where we do a pass-through. So it's going to be, $400 a month for the equipment, $100 a month for the ongoing services. And then we bill and collect on behalf of the customer. Customer signs one check per month for that $500, and then we pass on that $100 services on to the vendor as right then and there.
And
so
what happens
some vendors
if the
prefer
user defaults on their payment? So they say they stop making their payments for their conference room. What is the blowback on the reseller?
On the reseller, frankly, no, there isn't any. I mean, if they're doing something wrong, well, we have an issue. But in the general course of business, you don't know that customer is going to go bankrupt in a year from now, so we're not going to have any recourse with you. So
it's amazing. It's just amazing. It's like, I mean, to put it in perspective, the analogy would be, okay, so you go to the T-Mobile store, you buy a phone, or you commit to making a $60 a month payment for your new iPhone, and all services included. But the T-Mobile store basically just sold you a phone that they didn't have to pay for themselves. Instead, they just get all the payment right off the bat, right, by the third party in the middle that's actually the one that is managing the paper transaction. That's just amazing. I think that this is an essential element for true AV as a service. So in a turbulent economy, end users can get all the equipment they need right now and still not have to strap themselves financially. They can keep their liquidity and be able to invest money where needed, including in facilities and training and increased healthcare premiums and staff. Resellers can be able to sell projects to customers and support them without having to put themselves on the line and create all kinds of debt risk, or the threat of a defaulted payment could actually harm them. It also doesn't lock up their own credit lines.
Yep.
Customers can constantly update whatever the technology they want, so they can always have the newest, latest, greatest, and it doesn't have to be a panic last minute deal anymore. Instead, it can be something everything is planned and expected, all budgeted, and they can get it all day one. So they have to wait 5 years before they can upgrade everything. And then in the matter of an AV service model, AV integrators can bundle all their professional services and the hardware into one monthly payment that they themselves are not even on the line for. That if a default happens, it doesn't affect them because they weren't the ones carrying the paper in the first place. In fact, they actually got paid for the whole 36 to 48 months, day one. It's almost too good to be true.
No, it's true. I mean, that's the big thing.
You work
People
in
need
this,
to.
you've been doing this for a long time.
No, this is why it's a great forum to talk to, VCX, because it is important for people to see that, because I think having this avenue to discuss these kinds of issues, open up some ears. That's what it's all about. And
okay, so then I have to ask, why did it get such a bad rap? Because as soon as you say financing or leasing, everyone goes, oh, it's so terrible. But I mean, it's almost like it's really, really good business. If you can figure out how to make the dollars and cents work, it could really help your business grow rapidly and offer products and services that you normally couldn't offer. Go after projects you couldn't normally go after. You can even get have some lucrative offerings to customers and enable them to buy technology, whereas otherwise they might go, yeah, I can't really do it. I don't have the money to do it right now. How did it get such a bad rap? Did you know?
First, this is just my gut. I mean, sometimes you may have a customer that gets declined and like, oh, my greatest customer ever.
Anyway, is that what they?
Yeah, so that might be the case, or they don't understand things like we can, pay the manufacturer directly, so we can not tie up their credit lines. So those little things where we can help them with their budgeting on that side, so they're not, so that way they can, work with us. We have a pay proceeds letter for that $100,000 system, and meanwhile their $50,000 credit line is still intact. So that's something that we can work through with them.
Let's do this. So if somebody wants more information about this, or they just want to pick your brain, they want to find out what's possible, they want to get a little bit more, in depth, how can they contact you, or what would you suggest they do?
Sure thing. My cell phone number, 720-705-7385, or send me an email.
Recording. This is why I love Kevin Spillane, everybody. He just tells the whole wide world, like, you need me, you just call me on my cell phone. I bet if somebody called you right now, you'd answer it and be like, I got you. What do you need?
Honestly, no, because you said, hey, make sure there's no background noise. So it's actually, my phone's off right now at the moment. But
See,
I've known you for 12 years, man. We take care of each other. So we set those expectations.
All right. This was absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much, Kevin. I'm going to go ahead and let everybody know what's coming up next at the VCX conference. We are going to have an interview with Thomas Zengerle, head of research and development for the Visualizer portfolio, coming up here at 5 o'clock Eastern in the special content stage. Then we are also going to have tips for designing esports venues and training facilities in the education stage. And that's going to be with Michael Brooks, the executive director of the National Association of Collegiate Esports. And he'll be in a one-on-one interview with Bill Cook. And then lastly, on the business stage, we're going to be discussing AV as a service offerings that are attractive to businesses. And that's going to be an incredible panel as well. Mark Coxon, Tim Albright, Tom LeBlanc, Cindy Davis, Charmaine Torella, and myself. Can't wait for it. So to our audience, thank you so much for tuning in to VCX Conference. Stay tuned. There's more great content coming. And don't forget to stick around, because at 6 o'clock Eastern, we're having a virtual happy hour. I'm going to do my best to find something to drink. And if you want in between now and then, check out our Zoom lounge or our interactive booth tour. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we have an interview with Thomas Zengerle, Head of Research and Development for Wolf Vision's Visualizer portfolio, and also Jonathan Owen, Solutions Architect for Wolf Vision UK. Enjoy.
Hello, thanks for joining us. I hope you're having a great conference today for the virtual.
Head of Research and Development for Wolf Vision's Visualizer portfolio, and also Jonathan Owen, Solutions Architect for Wolf Vision UK. Enjoy.
Hello, thanks for joining us. I hope you're having a great conference today for the virtual collaboration experience. In this next session, myself, Jonathan Owen from Wolf Vision UK, I'm going to be talking to Thomas Zengerle, who's our product manager based in Austria. This session is just to give you guys an insight into Wolf Vision, and in this session we'll be talking to Thomas, who can tell us more about his role. So
Hello.
Thomas, thanks for joining us.
Hello, and also welcome from my side.
Great. So we're going to kick off in some questions. So Thomas, so can you tell us what a typical day looks like for you in Austria?
Yes. As Jonathan already mentioned, I'm an innovation and product manager at Wolf Vision. And as a product manager, I'm responsible for the Visualizer product range and the management software vSolution Link Pro. And together with my colleague Andreas, he's taking care about Synap family. As a product manager, we are taking care together about innovation. In my job, it's all about communication, as we are an interface between R&D, sales, partners, and our customers. And that means translating from customer pains into needs and technical requirements and specs is a crucial and daily task for us. So a typical day starts with various dailies that we do with different development teams. Agile development and Scrum elements changed the way we work together years ago. After the dailies, we normally run individual meetings to discuss user stories, new features, support sales and partners. In PM, you're also involved in testing new features, if they were implemented according to the user story, for instance. We also have a lot of contact with our customers on various channels, no matter if this is via email, phone, or a Zoom call, for instance. And I also normally try to squeeze in something new every day. Not that easy, but otherwise it's a mission impossible taking care about innovation.
Great, that's great. Thanks, Thomas. So how did Wolf Vision become a market leader in visualizer technology? Where did Wolf Vision's story begin?
Our founder, Joseph Wolf, started mid of the 60s of the former century as a AV dealer here in Austria. He was the kind of entrepreneur that could identify an opportunity. And one of those opportunities he see was the starting age of projectors. Those projectors gave customers, his customers, especially in the field of education, new possibilities, but that was not really a product fulfilling the new need for it. So people were using overhead projectors, acetats, slides to share, prepare content. With the projectors, at that time they were big and bulky tube projectors, more ambitious presenters wanted to use the full scale of options. So Joseph was experimenting with cameras, and he found out that it requires a lot to deliver outstanding image quality. In the 70s, he demonstrated then his first prototype to a customer called Videolupe in German, or video magnifier when you would translate it into English. And this was the starting point for the visualizer and Wolf Vision as the company that we know today. I believe one of the main reasons for our success is our close contact to customers around the world since the beginning. So that means this is part of our DNA, as you can see from our history. And the other aspect is our size. We are a small family-owned company and can be quick if we see the need for it. And today, modern working styles like Scrum and Agile development processes ensure that we carefully listen to our customers, and we are also able to react within an appropriate time frame.
Great. So, so a little bit about me to flip it over slightly. So I joined Wolf Vision back in January of this year. Prior to that, I was a Wolf Vision customer for over 15 years. So Thomas and I have known each other for quite some years in terms of that customer interaction process. So obviously education is my background. That's the area I know the most about, and obviously Wolf Vision is very strong in that sector. But can you give us an insight into the other areas and sectors and markets that Wolf Vision are very strong?
As you have heard before, a really important vertical market is since the beginning education, with leading universities around the world as customers and, most important, drivers for the development of our products. So improving learning by offering tools and solutions for better communication makes this market crucial for us, no matter if we are talking about other areas of education, like in the medical field, legal and justice, or corporate training. Our claim, driving the creation of knowledge, reflects this matter. Named that, I would say the most important market sectors beside education are corporate and business, court and legal, and healthcare. Leading institutions, companies, courts, and universities around the world trust in us and our products. Quite interesting, we have also seen the last couple of months interest from more traditional sectors like textile manufacturing, for instance. Just because everyone was forced to stay at home in home office. And I believe that these experiences over the last couple of months will open up new opportunities for the future, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I can certainly vouch for that. You know, applications from, as you say, textile companies needing to show samples to manufacturing facilities in other parts of the world, right through to retail applications, construction as well, kind of the three that I've picked up on. So it's certainly an exciting time. So with so many kind of other technologies flooding the market since Wolf Vision launched its first visualizer back in 1974, why do you think visualizers are still relevant? You know, we all see technology in our daily lives at home. You know, our children are using technology, touchscreens, they're Zooming with their friends at the moment. You know, what makes a visualizer relevant?
It's a very good question, and I believe that there are old wisdoms like seeing is believing, or a picture is worth 1,000 words, that are true. So a couple of years ago, we got mixed feedback from various customers about the future of the visualizer. They had doubts because there was a big transition going on from analog to digital forms of presentation. And one of the drivers were the newly arrived tablets, driving from the iPad, for instance. So customers told us they don't need the visualizer anymore, as everything will be presented in the future, and nowadays just digital and PowerPoint is their most important tool. But just because it's digital doesn't mean that it's automatically better. And based on our experiences that we have made over the last couple of years, and proved also from various studies, we see that the opposite happened. More and more people rediscover the power of live interaction with the audience to capture their interest and maintain audience attention. If you have a brilliant idea during a meeting, there's nothing more powerful than illustrating this idea with a quick sketch. If this is an average meeting room, I'm pretty sure there will be a pinboard or a whiteboard or a flip chart, something like that, which gives you this flexibility. And books like The Back of the Napkin strongly emphasize using these elements as a standard with any meeting to improve the output. And also, a visualizer is a great way to share ideas and collaborate quickly if this is a physical meeting, but it's also a great tool to enhance an online meeting or a distance learning experience. A visualizer is so easy to use that when you're able to handle pen and paper, then you can also handle a visualizer and share your ideas and improve communication overall. So I think that's one of the main reasons why visualizers are still a vital tool in any meeting and learning experience.
Great, thank you. So obviously the last few months have been challenging for the world, for all of us in our personal and work lives. So how has COVID-19 affected you personally in the way you work, and what have you learned during that time?
What I've learned, that's a difficult question, as this situation has changed so many aspects of our or my daily life. But when it comes to business, I have learned that you have to expect the unexpected, and that means you never know when you're happy that you have prepared for the worst case. To give you an example, we are using Zoom in daily business since quite a while. It's in the meantime also integrated in the majority of our sign-up products. So we could easily move our dailies that we need to collaborate, our meetings, and turn them into Zoom meetings. So it was not a big impact on our daily business that everybody was moving into home office. But as a product manager, you need more than the typical face-to-face meeting. Just talking heads meeting is not good enough. I need to explain a lot, customer demands and problems, and this works best for me when I can show something. So I've been glad to have a variety of visualizers at home for testing and supporting our team, but this also helped me communicating with the team and the rest of the team in home office. And I was enhancing my web meetings by using the visualizer as a second camera, to use it as a flip chart, to sketch something on pen, with pen and paper. And that helped me tremendously getting the message across. So that's a big learning. Because I had a few visualizers at home, I could also help out my wife, for instance, because she's a teacher in a primary school. And their annual reading day was canceled due to the current situation. So there was no physical reading day in school, but we turned this into an online event. So she was reading the books underneath the visualizer to their pupils, and pupils could experience this reading day at home in front of their computers. So it offered a lot of flexibility when you take a visualizer and consider the possibilities that you have. So even in home office or school, you need interaction, and a visualizer helps to improve these typical talking heads meetings. And that's by far one of the biggest learnings I've had.
Yeah, I can certainly appreciate. So my children have been at home for the past few months, and I've been attempting to homeschool them. And obviously the school have kind of tried to ramp up their online learning provision. And actually in that kind of age group, primary schools, they don't have as much infrastructure and experience as, say, university. So it's interesting, you know, with something like a visualizer, which is intuitive, you can put physical objects, you can put a book, any content. In terms of ease of use and accessibility, I don't think there's any other technology on the market that can compete with that. So that's good.
We've also seen on social media and YouTube so many different examples where teachers were desperately looking for visualizers. Sometimes they built their own visualizers with smartphones on a wooden stand, but I'm pretty sure, well, they wanted to have a visualizer. Just it's easy and straightforward to use.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more relevant than ever. Okay, so have you kind of personally and through your role at Wolf Vision, have you observed any changes in how customers are using our visualizers? Obviously, predominantly up until a few months ago, you know, thousands of classrooms around the world have visualizers permanently installed, connected to a display or a projector, for example. You know, what happened when the lockdown began and people had to move and work from home? What did you see?
We have seen some changes, and some were really significant to us. So far, the visualizer was for the majority of users seen as a live presentation aid in an auditorium, in a classroom, or in a meeting room. So image quality through the HDMI output was one of the most important things for our customers. On the other side, the USB interface was for most applications just a nice to have. And this has changed completely during home office and schooling. Universities, for example, gave away their visualizer to professors to make their classes and courses an online experience. And suddenly the USB connection to the computer became the most important thing. So from one day to another, customers appreciated that even their older Wolf Vision devices were already equipped with UVC. which makes the integration of a visualizer into popular web meeting solutions like Zoom, Teams, and Hangouts, just to name a few, easy and straightforward. And we got a lot of positive feedback about the ease of use of a visualizer with these popular web meeting solutions. And another thing that we have noticed is that we are living in a world where people prefer consuming videos over reading manuals, for instance. And a visualizer is a very effective tool to produce video tutorials in high quality to support students, pupils, customers, and colleagues. So this was another significant change, that suddenly the existing visualizer were used to produce these tutorials because they were so important during home office and homeschool.
Yeah, great. Okay. So in terms of resources and the support we can offer as a company, how can we help customers that haven't started using their visualizers online yet? What support can we offer?
Yeah, when we realized that more and more questions about the integration of visualizers into web meetings popped up in our service and support departments around the world, we made a decision and started a broad range of webinars to give customers more insights about urgently needed information. I did also one to give customers few tips and tricks to enhance their web meetings and online classes by using a visualizer, and this was highly appreciated. They got new inspirations and ideas, but sometimes it also was just to find the right piece of information on our website or documentation. And I think the best help that we can offer beside comprehensive training of partners and customers is well-designed products which are simple to use, that are built to last, and offer outstanding flexibility for many years of usage.
Great. And of course, if any customers out there are kind of using different web platforms to collaborate and they want advice about how they can integrate a visualizer, obviously you can talk to your regional account manager, you can come through support. And what's been really good with the webinar series is we've been quite agile, we've been able to adapt to the change in the market and kind of produce content that's relevant. So if you can think of a new application that we've not covered in the webinar series, by all means, get in touch with us and we can help produce that. Okay, so moving on, Thomas. So in terms of the future for visualizers, so we've kind of covered the history of Wolf Vision. We've looked at how the technology is more relevant than ever, how we've kind of moved people online in the past few months. What's new and what can we look forward to in the future?
The latest addition to our product range is the new VZ8 UHD. With its comprehensive 4K UHD camera, this unit sets a benchmark when it comes to resolution, color reproduction, and picture quality. With the inbuilt touchscreen preview monitor, a new level of usability will be reached. The unit has also powerful streaming options inbuilt, so you can stream content up to 4K at 30 frames per second in reasonable bandwidth due to H.265 compression. So that's really state of the art. This makes the VZ8 UHD also a great extension to our Synapse Matrix system, so you get more flexibility beside the digital content that you can otherwise show. One of the best things is that this is just a start, because we are launching together with this VZ8 UHD a new mainboard generation. That means there will be much more features and more products to come on that mainboard generation. There is a lot of discussion about the future of networked AV. Probably you have been also already touching that sensitive topic. And there will be, without any doubts, more standards than HD-based-T, and we're gonna launch a networked AV version of the VZ8 UHD to give customers more flexibility in their system design pretty soon. And my other baby, the vSolution Link Pro, we just released a new version of this comprehensive management tool. It's a powerful software that gives administrators and AV managers total control about their Wolf Vision equipment. So that means from checking the system health to control of units up to remote maintenance and firmware updates. This free software offers a lot. The latest update has some quite cool features, like the easy replacement of Synapse in an installation for a repair, for example. So with this new box replacement feature, you can exchange a Synapse, including its settings and feature packs, easily to replace a broken box without any hassle. Another feature worth to mention is the flexibility of changing the device discovery algorithm on SINAP to make the installation future-proof when it comes to the maximum number of units in your network. With the next firmware update of SINAP, this new device discovery comes on every SINAP, and the vSolution Link Pro is already prepared for that. So what else can customers expect from Wolf Vision in the future? I would say outstanding visualizers that deliver leading image quality, having more flexibility due to the new network AV options. And beside that, our units are built to last, of course. And of course, you will get from us matching software that will ensure you can get the maximum out of your investment, no matter if this is for the management of the products that you have in your network or to open up the flexibility during the presentation of the customers.
Great, thank you. So finally then, Thomas, so if customers out there or our integration partners want to find out more about a visualizer product range, where should they go and what can they find there?
That's a good question, as right now the majority of us is still at home and sometimes it's not that easy to find the right information online. So a good starting point is our website, wolfvision.com. In the support section, you can select the product of your choice and you will get all necessary information, even for discontinued models. You will find documentation, you can download software and so on. Another valuable channel that I want to highlight is the Wolf Vision profile on LinkedIn. Here you will get latest information about new installations and references around the world. You will get updates for product firmware and software, and you will be, of course, informed if we have new video tutorials on YouTube available. So just follow us on LinkedIn and you'll never miss an update again. On my personal LinkedIn profile, you will also find the presentations I did over the last couple of weeks and the videos about how a visualizer can be used to enhance online learning and web meetings. Just check it out. And of course, like you mentioned before, Jonathan, you can contact your local Wolf Vision partner, local Wolf Vision sales to get more specific information. This was also working very, very good during the home office, so we never had to make compromises when it comes to the service and support level, even though the majority of our team was stuck in home office.
Excellent. I guess the final thing to add, so our colleagues at Wolf Vision US have created a virtual booth tour to support the event today and also Infocom for virtual booth tours. So that's a really exciting way of kind of looking at the products virtually online in the absence of a face-to-face exhibition this week. So please check that out. Okay, Thomas, thanks for answering the questions. Thanks for joining me. Everyone at the Virtual Collaboration Experience event, I hope you've enjoyed this session and I hope the rest of the event is worthwhile.
And that concludes our live streaming sessions for the day, but don't leave just yet. The virtual tailgate party and happy hour networking event starts at 6 o'clock right now. Enjoy.